Welcome back to the show, everyone. Now, we all love a good hike in nature, the fresh air, the stunning scenery. But what happens when the beauty of the wilderness takes a turn for the unsettling? Tonight, we're diving into the darker side of the great outdoors. We've collected first-hand accounts from the very people who patrol our parks, the park rangers. These aren't campfire tales, these are real, documented experiences that have left even the most seasoned rangers scratching their heads and maybe sleeping with the lights on. Get ready to hear chilling encounters with the unexplained, strange occurrences in the deep woods, and maybe even a few things that go bump in the night or day. You're about to see a compilation of true stories told by the rangers who lived them. This is True Park Rangers Scary Stories. Viewer discretion is advised. They call me Wraith. Not my birth name, obviously. That one's buried under layers of NDAs and operational security protocols thick enough to stop a bullet. Wraith is what I am, what I do. I'm the ghost in the machine, the whisper in the woods, the shadow that slips through the cracks. My specialty: infiltration and reconnaissance. Getting eyes on things people aren't supposed to see, things that officially don't exist. I work for an organization, well, let's just say we handle the kind of problems that don't make the evening news, the kind that keeps certain people in high places awake at night. Usually, my assignments involve human targets, paranoid dictators, elusive terrorists, rogue scientists. Standard fare, if you can call navigating minefields and dodging trigger Happy Guard standard. But this assignment was different. The briefing file landed on my encrypted terminal with less fanfare than usual. Just a single code word, LICAN. Opening it felt heavy. The target wasn't human. Not entirely. The file contained grainy photos, blurry videos, and fragmented eyewitness accounts spanning decades, all pointing to the existence of something folklore had dubbed the Dogman. Descriptions varied, but the core elements remained consistent: a towering bipedal canine, impossibly strong, unnervingly intelligent, really territorial. Sightings were rare, usually deep in remote wilderness areas, often coinciding with disappearances or gruesome animal mutilations. Our analysts believed a specific individual creature was responsible for a recent spike in activity in the sprawling, dense forests of the Pacific Northwest. Livestock eviscerated with surgical precision, hikers vanished without a trace, unsettling howls echoing through valleys miles from any known wolf packs. Local authorities were baffled, attributing it to bears or mountain lions, but the patterns didn't fit. The damage was too extensive, the tracks too large, the fear too palpable in the scattered reports we intercepted. My job, as always, was the prelude. The kill team, codenamed Cerberus, was on standby, heavily armed, highly trained specialists equipped for things far uglier than your average firefight. But they wouldn't move blind. They needed confirmation, location, behavioral patterns. They needed me to paint the target. I was to go in alone, locate the Dogman, observe it, gather intel, and tag it with a subdermal tracker if possible, without engaging or alerting it to my true purpose. Simple on paper. In reality, tracking a cryptid apex predator in its own territory, that's a whole different level of insane. Preparation was meticulous. My gear was standard bio Reckon Loduog advanced camouflage, netting that adapted to ambient light and thermal signatures, silenced tranquilizer rifle with custom darts, high-frequency emitters to deter mundane predators, thermal and night vision optics, secure satellite comms, and enough rations and survival gear for 2 weeks off-grid. But the most crucial piece of equipment wasn't physical, it was the mindset. Patience, observation, absolute silence, and the ability to melt into the environment. Become part of the forest, not an intruder. Insertion was via halo jump under the cover of a moonless night, miles from the nearest logging road or trail. The canopy swallowed me whole, the silence of the deep woods broken only by the whisper of wind through ancient pines and the distant cry of an owl. The air was cold, damp, smelling of earth, pine needles, and something else like something primal and musky that wasn't listed in any field guide. The first few days were slow. I moved like smoke, covering ground methodically, scanning for sign. Standard tracking techniques yielded little. Broken twigs, faint impressions in the moss, could have been deer, elk, bear. Nothing definitive. The forest felt vast, indifferent, but also watchful. It's a feeling you get deep in the wilderness, far from any human settlement. The sense that you're not just observing nature, you're in it, and it's aware of you on some fundamental level. But this felt different. Sharper. More focused. Then on day 4, I found the first real sign. Tracks. Huge, canyon-like, but clearly bipedal, pressed deep into the mud near a stream bank. Each print was easily twice the size of a wolf's, with visible claw marks that suggested immense weight and power. My blood ran cold. Seeing theoretical data in a file is one thing. Seeing tangible proof like this, fresh enough that water was still seeping into the impressions, is another entirely. It was real. I followed the tracks, moving even more cautiously now. They led me deeper into uncharted territory, through dense undergrowth and across rocky slopes, where tracking became exponentially harder. The creature moved with an unnerving efficiency, choosing paths that offered both cover and vantage points, almost like it understood terrain tactics. Several times, the track simply vanished, on hard rock, across thick beds of pine needles. It was as if the creature had evaporated into thin air, only to reappear 50 yards away, heading in a slightly different direction. It was toying with me, or worse, it was so attuned to its environment that its passage left barely a trace. That's when the feeling intensified. The distinct, prickling sensation of being watched, not by the forest, but by a specific intelligence. I'd halt, scan with thermals, listen until my ears rang with the silence, but find nothing. No heat signatures besides small woodland creatures, no sounds out of place. Yet the feeling persisted, a cold weight settling between my shoulder blades. It was close. It knew I was here. Late one afternoon, crouched in a thicket overlooking a small clearing, I saw movement. Not the creature itself, but the result of its presence. A large bull elk, easily 800 pounds, lay crumpled at the edge of the trees. Its neck was snapped at an impossible angle, and its torso had been ripped open with terrifying force. But it wasn't a feeding site. Only a few bites had been taken. Almost disdainfully, this was displayed. A warning. As I examined the kill site from a distance through my scope, a low growl echoed through the trees, closer than I liked. It wasn't the sound of a wolf or a bear. It was deeper, guttural, filled with a chilling resonance that vibrated in my bones. I froze, sinking lower into the brush, activating the camouflage netting to its maximum effect. The growling stopped. Silence descended again, heavier than before. It knew. It knew I was watching, and it was letting me know it knew. The file called it a dogman, an animal, but tracking Epit was like chasing a phantom. It was always one step ahead, anticipating my movements, leaving just enough sign to keep me hooked. Noises, but never revealing itself. This wasn't just an elusive beast. This was a calculating hunter, and I was beginning to fear I wasn't the one doing the hunting anymore. The scent on the wind had changed, and it smelled terrifyingly like me. The growl faded, leaving a silence so profound it felt like the forest itself was holding its breath. I remained motionless for what felt like an eternity, every nerve ending screaming, straining to detect the slightest sound or movement. My camouflage netting blended me into the undergrowth, but against a predator with senses potentially far beyond human limits, it felt terrifyingly inadequate. The scent of the slaughtered elk hung heavy in the air, thick and coppery, the smallest noises a stark reminder of the power I was dealing with. This wasn't just an animal defending territory. That display, the calculated kill left almost untouched. The perfectly timed growl, it was communication. A declaration. I see you. Slowly, painstakingly, I began to withdraw. Moving backward, never taking my eyes off the clearing or the surrounding tree lean, checking my thermal scope every few seconds. Nothing. No heat signature larger than a squirrel. No flicker of unnatural movement. It was as if the creature had simply ceased to exist the moment it finished its message. But I knew better. It was out there, watching my retreat, letting me go. For now. The next few days blurred into a tense cycle of cautious movement, heightened paranoia. Sleep came in short, fitful bursts, often interrupted by the snap of a twig or a shift in the wind that sounded too much like breathing. I doubled back on my own trail constantly, setting up observation posts, trying to catch my stalker in the act, but it was always one step ahead. I'd find tracks paralleling mine, sometimes overlapping them, indicating it had passed after I did, unseen. Once, returning to a catch of water I'd purified and hidden, I found the container disturbed, a single, deep claw mark gouged into the plastic lid. It hadn't drunk the water, it had just marked it. I know your resources. The forest itself seemed to conspire against me. Familiar landmarks seemed to shift, trails that should have led one way petered out into impenetrable thickets. The air grew heavier, the silence deeper, broken by increasingly unsettling sounds. High-pitched whistles that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. Deep, resonant hums that vibrated through the soles of my boots. And the howling, not the relatively clean sound of wolves, but ragged, guttural screams that echoed unnaturally, seeming to start in one direction and end in another, playing tricks on my auditory perception. Was it one creature or more? Was it trying to drive me mad or drive me somewhere? My state-of-the-art equipment began to feel less reliable. The thermal scope would occasionally flicker, displaying phantom heat blooms that vanished as quickly as they appeared. The comms unit, usually rock solid, crackled with static even during scheduled check-ins with Cerberus Command. My updates were terse, code, target confirmed, elusive. Demonstrates high intelligence, possible counter-tracking, maintaining observation. Their replies were equally brief, acknowledged, maintain protocol, avoid direct contact. Update window remains unchanged. They were professionals, sitting comfortably miles away, looking at data points. They didn't feel the eyes on their back, didn't smell the predator on the wind. The psychological toll was mounting. My training emphasized emotional detachment, objective observation. But days of being hunted by something inexplicable, something that defied natural laws, chipped away at that foundation. Doubt crept in. Was this thing supernatural? Was I losing my edge imagining things? The lack of visual confirmation was maddening. Tracks, kills, sounds, the feeling, but never the creature itself. It remained a ghost, a rumor made manifest only through its terrifying effects. Then came the cave. I found it nestled in a rocky outcrop, partially hidden by overgrown ferns. The entrance was large, unnaturally smooth on one side, as if something massive regularly brushed against it. The air wafting out was cold, carrying that same faint, musky scent I'd noticed upon insertion, but stronger now, mingled with the charnel smell of old blood and decay. This had to be a lair. Intel gold. Against every instinct screaming retreat, I moved closer. My protocol dictated observation, not entry, but the potential payoff was too significant. I unslung the tranquilizer rifle, checking the dart load. I deployed a miniature drone, barely larger than my hand, equipped with low-light optics and thermal sensors, piloting it carefully into the darkness. The drone's feed crackled onto my wrist-mounted display. Darkness, then shifting thermal shapes. Bones littered the floor, deer, elk, smaller animals, but also disturbing lab humanoid fragments. It was hard to be certain in the flickering thermal image. The cave wasn't deep, opening into a larger chamber. And in the center something. It wasn't the creature. It was a crude effigy woven from branches, vines, and strips of hide. It vaguely resembled a canine form standing upright, adorned with feathers, small animal skulls, and my heart stopped. Hanging from the effigy, glinting faintly in the drone's low light, was a standard-issue signal mirror. My signal mirror, one I hadn't even realized was missing from my pack. Before I could process this, the drone feed abruptly cut out. Static filled the screen. Simultaneously, a sound erupted from the cave mouth, not a growl this time, but a chuffing, almost mocking sound, followed by the scrape of claws on rock. It was inside. It had let me find the lair. It had let me deploy the drone. It had watched me watch the effigy, watched me see the mirror. I didn't wait. I scrambled back, putting distance between myself and the cave, rifle raised. scanning the trees, the rocks, every shadow. The phantom was playing games, leading me, revealing things deliberately. The mirror wasn't just a trophy, it was a message. I can get close enough to touch you whenever I want. As I retreated, trying to find a defensible position to reassess, I realized the terrain had changed subtly. The path I was taking, the only clear route back from the outcrop, was funneling me toward a narrow ravine, its walls steep and choked with shadows even in the late afternoon light. It hadn't been a random discovery. The tracks, the sounds, the elk kill, the cave, the mirror, it had all been leading me here. The hunter had become the shepherd, guiding the sheep toward the slaughter pen, and I had walked right into it. The forest was silent again, but this time it felt like the silence before an ambush. The raving deepened, swallowing the remaining daylight. The walls rose sheer on either side, slick with moss and moisture, limiting my visibility and escape routes. Every footstep echoed unnaturally, magnified and distorted, the smallest making it impossible to pinpoint any sound other than my own ragged breathing and the thumping of my heart against my ribs. This was it. The end of the line, whether it was meant to be my tomb or simply a stage for the final act, I didn't know. All I knew was that I had been expertly maneuvered here, played like a pawn on the creature's chessboard. I switched to thermal vision, sweeping the narrow strip of sky visible above and the shadowed clefts in the rock walls. Nothing. But the feeling of being watched was now suffocating. A physical pressure against my skin. The musky, predatory scent was stronger than ever, thick enough to taste. It wasn't just near, it was here, somewhere in the oppressive darkness. A pebble skittered down the rock face to my left. I snapped the rifle up scope, searching the shadows. Empty rock. Then, another pebble from the right higher up. It was above me, using the terrain, staying out of my direct line of sight. A low growl rumbled, seeming to come from the very stone around me, amplified by the ravine's acoustics into a disorienting wave of sound. It was testing my reactions, enjoying the fear. My comms crackled, scheduled check in window. I subvocalized my report, keeping my voice level despite the tremor threatening its edges. Wraith reporting. Target contact imminent. Location narrow ravine, coordinates locked. Target demonstrating strategic positioning. Request Cerberus. The comms died. Not static this time, but a clean cut, as if the signal had been severed. A chilling realization washed over Meg. The interference hadn't been random environmental factors. It had somehow blocked my transmissions. How? I had no idea, but the implication was terrifying. This creature possessed an intelligence far beyond any animal, possibly beyond human comprehension. Then I saw it. Not a full view, but a fleeting silhouette against the slightly lighter darkness at the ravine's end. It was huge, impossibly tall, standing on two legs but hunched, with powerful shoulders and a distinctly canine head outlined against the gloom. Long claws scraped against rock as it shifted, and its eyes, even in the low light, the smallest noises, filtered through the thermal scope. They seemed to glow with a cold, predatory intelligence. It was faster than anything that large should be, melting back into the shadows the instant I registered its presence. It wasn't attacking. Not yet. It was observing, assessing. Or maybe it was waiting for Cerberus. Using me as the lure to draw the kill team into this perfect ambush zone. The thought spurred me into action. I couldn't fight it head on, but I couldn't stay here. My only chance was to make it believe I was no longer useful, or too dangerous to approach directly. I fired the tranquilizer rifle, not at the fleeting shape hitting it seemed impossible, but towards the area where I'd last seen it. The dart hissed through the air, embedding itself in the rock face with a soft think. A low, almost amused-sounding huff echoed back. It knew the dart wasn't lethal, perhaps even understood its purpose. Then, chaos. Rocks rained down from above, not large enough to crush, but certainly enough to injure and disorient. I scrambled for cover under an overhang, shielding my head as stones clattered around me. It was driving me deeper into the ravine, controlling my movement again. I reached the end of the ravine, finding not an exit, but a sheer rock face, slick with water weeping from cracks. A dead end, trapped. I turned, rifle ready, Scanning the darkness, heart pounding. Silence. The rockfall stopped. The growling ceased. The oppressive presence lessened, drawing back slightly. It appeared again, this time at the entrance of the ravine, the way I had come in. It stood there, partially obscured by shadow, motionless, simply watching me. It wasn't blocking my escape anymore. It was allowing it. The game, whatever it was, seemed to be over. It had proven its point. It could control me, manipulate me, trap me. It could have killed me easily, but it didn't. Why? Slowly, cautiously, I began to move back the way I came, rifle still trained on the silent sentinel. It didn't move, didn't make a sound. Its eyes, fixed on me, seemed to hold not just predatory hunger, but something colder, more ancient, a calculating awareness that chilled me to the bone. As I drew level with its position, keeping as much distance as the narrow passage allowed, it melted back in the deeper shadows beside the ravine entrance and was gone. Vanished as completely as smoke. I didn't stop moving until I was miles away, putting as much distance as possible between myself and that cursed ravine. My comms flickered back to life abruptly. Cerberus was demanding updates, their voices sharp with controlled urgency. I gave him the coordinates of the ravine, reported the blocked comms, the fleeting visual, the impossible behavior. I told them the target was aware, intelligent, and had deliberately let me go. They extracted me shortly after dawn. The Cerberus team moved in, armed to the teeth, sweeping the ravine and the surrounding area based on my intel. They found the cave, the effigy, the scattered bones. They found my spent tranquilizer dart embedded in the rock. They found tracks confirming the creature's size and bipedal movement. But of the dogman itself, nothing. It had vanished without a trace, leaving behind only questions and a deeply unnerved kill team. Back at the debriefing facility, under harsh fluorescent lights, I recounted everything. The analysts listened, typed, compared notes. They spoke of anomalous predatory behavior, unexpected intelligence levels, potential ECM capabilities. They tried to fit it into their boxes, their parameters. But I knew they couldn't grasp it. I'm Wraith. I specialize in infiltration and reconnaissance. My job was to get eyes on the target, the dogman, before the kill team moved in. But tracking it was like chasing a phantom. It was always one step ahead, as if it knew we were coming. More than that, it felt like it knew why we were coming. It hadn't just evaded us, it had observed us, tested us, communicated with us on its own terrifying terms. It let me live, let me report back. Why? Was it a warning, a display of dominance, or was I just a piece in a much larger, older game being played out in those dark woods? A game where humans, with all their technology and weapons, were hopelessly outmatched. The file remains open, the creature remains at large, a ghost that hunts the periphery, forever one step ahead, forever even this noises, forever watching from the shadows. And sometimes late at night, I still feel those eyes on me. They don't usually call my unit for things like this. Missing persons in national parks. That's typically search and rescue. Local sheriff's department, maybe the FBI if it looks like a kidnapping or foul play of the human variety. But my team, we handle the stuff that doesn't fit neatly into jurisdictional boxes. The operations that require a scalpel where others bring a sledgehammer, or sometimes the other way around. My name is Agent Thompson. Officially, I'm attached to a specialized branch within the Department of the Interior tasked with handling high threat situations on federal lands. Unofficially, we're the cleaners, the troubleshooters, the people they call when things go sideways in ways nobody wants to put in a press release. I've led operations against heavily armed drug cartels using national forests as cultivation sites, dismantled human trafficking rings operating near border parks, and dealt with domestic extremists planning attacks from remote wilderness hideouts. I've seen the worst humanity has to offer, stared it in the face, and put it down. I thought I was prepared for anything. I was wrong. The call came 3 weeks ago. Director Evans, usually unflappable, sounded strained. Thompson, he'd said, skipping the pleasantries. I need you and your team at Whispering Peaks National Park. Yesterday, Whispering Peaks. nearly 2 million acres of rugged, unforgiving wilderness in the Pacific Northwest. Towering old-growth forests, jagged mountains, scraped raw by ancient glaciers, deep canyons where sunlight barely touches the bottom. It's beautiful, sure, in that brutal, indifferent way nature often is. It's also the kind of place where people can disappear without a trace. And usually, nobody suspects anything more than a misstep, a sudden storm, or an unfortunate encounter with resident predators like beaters or cougars. But this was different. We've lost 4 park rangers in the last 2 months. Thompson, Evans continued. Experienced personnel. Vanished from patrols, primarily in the northern sector. SAR found nothing. No tracks, no discarded gear, no bodies. Just gone. Animal attacks. I asked, thinking the obvious. That was the initial theory. Maybe a particularly aggressive bear, or a cougar pack working unusual territory. But the pattern, it's wrong. These aren't random encounters. They're targeted. Precise. And there's something else. He paused, and I could almost hear him weighing his words. Local chatter. Old legends the native tribes in the area talk about. Things the settlers dismissed as campfire stories. I sighed internally. Legends. Folklore. Not usually within my operational parameters. Sir, with respect, my team isn't equipped for chasing Bigfoot. I know what your team does, Thompson. Evans snapped back, his voice tight. And I wouldn't be calling you if this was just some local myth. Ranger Davies, the last one to go missing his body, became activated briefly during the incident. The footage is corrupted, mostly static and distorted screaming. But there are frames, milliseconds, something's there. Something big. Something fast. And the sounds, they're not like any animal on record. He lowered his voice. And there are other reports. Strange tracks. Mutilated wildlife found in ways that don't make sense. A growing sense of wrongness up there. The remaining rangers are spooked. Badly. That got my attention. Fear is contagious, but it's also informative. When hardened, experienced rangers start talking about wrongness, you listen. So, what's the objective, sir? Assessment, containment, and neutralization, Evans said, his tone hardening back to command authority. Find out what's taking these people. If it's human, apprehend them. If it's animal, coordinate with Park Service biologists to handle it. Something if else. He didn't finish the sentence. He didn't need to. That's how I found myself standing at the edge of the tree line, the air crisp and smelling of pine and damp earth, staring into the deepening green shadows of Whisperwind Peaks. My team Miller, our comms and tech wizard, Chen, the best tracker I've ever worked with. Quiet as a ghost in the woods, the smallest noises, and Riggs, our heavy weapons specialist, calm under fire and built like a brick outhouse, stood ready behind me. We'd flown in, established a temporary command post at the Elk Ridge Ranger Station, the main hub for the northern sector. The place felt like a morgue. The few remaining rangers moved with a hushed tension, their eyes darting into the woods constantly. Chief Ranger Hollis, a man whose face looked like carved granite, had briefed us further, his voice low, recounting stories that sounded increasingly unhinged the longer he spoke. Trails where experienced rangers got inexplicably lost. Strange, clicking sounds echoing through the trees at night, cold spots that defied explanation, and the disappearances, always swift, always silent, leaving behind only an eerie emptiness. Looking at my team, veterans of firefights and high-risk entries, I saw the same professional focus they always had. But beneath it, I sensed a flicker of uncertainty, the same unease I felt gnawing at my own gut. We'd faced monsters before, but they'd always been human. This felt different, primal. I keyed my comms. All right, team, standard reckon pattern. Chen, you take point. Miller, monitor all frequencies. Keep that drone feed active. Riggs, you're on overwatch. Standard ROE apply, but keep your heads on a swivel. We don't know what we're dealing with. I took a breath, the weight of the unknown settling heavily. This wasn't about drug money or political agendas anymore. My name is Agent Thompson, and I'm the team leader. I've led operations against drug cartels and human traffickers. But this is a different kind of evil. A creature out of legend preying on our park rangers. We're here to end it, no matter the cost. With Chin melting into the undergrowth ahead, we stepped out of the relative safety of the clearing and into the waiting silence of Whisperwind Peaks. The forest seemed to swallow the sound of our footsteps almost immediately. The air grew colder, the shadows deeper. Almost instantly. Bare even the smallest noises, the feeling began the unnerving sensation of being watched by unseen eyes. The woods were alive, but not just with the rustle of small animals or the sigh of the wind. There was something else here. Something ancient, patient, and hungry. Our hunt had begun. Or perhaps we were the ones being hunted. The forest closed in around us, dense and ancient. Sunlight filtered weakly through the thick canopy, painting the forest floor in shifting patterns of light and shadow. It was unnervingly quiet. Not the peaceful quiet of undisturbed nature, but a heavy, expectant silence, as if the entire woods were holding its breath. The usual chatter of birds and insects was muted, almost entirely absent. Even the wind seemed hesitant to move through the towering firs and cedars. Chen moved ahead, a wraith in camouflage, her eyes scanning the ground, the trees, the air itself. She was tracking ghosts. We were near the coordinates where Ranger Davies' comms last pinged, a dense patch of old-growth forest bordering Black Creek Canyon. According to Hollis, Davies was investigating reports of unusual animal carcasses found near the creek. He never reported back. Anything Chen. I kept my voice low, barely above a whisper. My words felt loud in the stillness. She shook her head, crouching beside a patch of disturbed moss. Tracks are confused here, boss. Deer elk standard, but Davies' boot prints, they just stop. Abruptly. No signs of a struggle, no drag marks, no blood. She pointed towards the creek bed 50 yards away. His trail leads towards the water, then vanishes mid-stride. That wasn't right. Experienced rangers don't just evaporate. Miller, monitoring his sensor suit, frowned. Getting intermittent EMF fluctuations, Agent Thompson. Nothing steady, but definitely anomalous spikes. And some weird audio distortion on the ambient mix. Subsonic frequencies, mostly. Can't place them. Riggs scanned the dense tree line surrounding us, his rifle held at a low ready. Feels wrong here, he muttered, his voice a low rumble. Like static electricity on your skin. He was right. The air itself felt charged, heavy with unspoken tension. The feeling of being watched hadn't faded, it had intensified, evolving from a vague unease into a palpable pressure, like unseen eyes boring into the back of my neck. Every snap of a twig, every rustle of leaves felt deliberate, mocking. We followed the creek bed upstream, moving slowly, meticulously. The carcasses Davies was investigating weren't hard to find. 3 deer, ripped apart with savage force. But it wasn't the work of a bear or cougar. The bones were snapped cleanly, almost surgically. Organs were missing, but not in the way a predator would feed. It looked selective, and stranger still, the bodies were arranged almost deliberately near the water's edge, partially submerged, as if placed there. This isn't predation, Chen stated flatly, examining a deep, gorge-like mark on a nearby tree trunk, far too high for any bear to reach easily. The bark was shredded, exposing pale wood beneath, marked by something incredibly sharp. 3 distinct parallel grooves. This is something else! Suddenly Miller hissed! Movement! Drone feed! Northwest! Edge of the canyon! We all froze, snapping our weapons up. Visual, I demanded. Negative, it washed fast. A blur moving through the trees just below the rim. Lost it behind the ridge, trying to reacquire. His voice trailed off as he manipulated his controls. Signals degrading, damn it. Lost the feed. Interference spike. Massive one. Just then, a sound echoed from the direction the drone lost signal. Click, click, chitter. It wasn't insectile. It wasn't avian or mammalian. It was sharp, guttural, and layered, like rocks grinding together mixed with wet, tearing sounds. It was utterly alien, and it sent a jolt of pure adrenaline through me, cold and sharp. Riggs let out a low growl, swinging his heavy weapon towards the sound. Chen dropped into a low crouch, her pistol drawn, scanning the shadows. Hold positions, I ordered, my voice tight. Eyes open. The clicking faded, replaced once more by that suffocating silence. But the forest felt different now. The presence was closer, bolder. It knew we were here. Had it taken out Miller's drone deliberately? We spent another hour sweeping the area, finding nothing more concrete than the disturbing kill site and the impossibly high claw marks. Davy's trail remained cold. As the afternoon light began to fade, painting the sky in hues of orange and purple through the gaps in the canopy, I made the call. All right, team, pull back. We regroup at the station, reassess. We're not getting caught out here after dark on day one. The trek back felt longer, more fraught with tension than the journey in. Every shadow seemed to writhe in with potential threats. The clicking sound returned twice more, fainter this time, seeming to pace us from a distance, always just out of sight. It felt like a taunt. Back at the Elk Ridge station, the atmosphere was thick enough to cut with a knife. Chief Hollis met us at the door, his face grim. Anything. Disturbing signs, Chief. I reported, keeping it concise. Unusual kill sites. Anomalous sensor readings, unidentifiable audio signatures. And something took out Miller's drone. I didn't mention the tracks that stopped mid, stride, or the feeling of being hunted. Not yet. Miller was already working furiously at his console, trying to recover data from the drone's last transmission and analyze the audio recordings. Chen was meticulously cleaning her rifle, her face unreadable. Riggs stood by the window, staring out into the twilight descending over the forest, his hand never far from his sidearm. The encounter, brief and inconclusive as it was, had shaken us all. My own certainty, my reliance on predictable human adversaries, felt dangerously inadequate. We were settling in for a tense night, reviewing maps and planning the next day's search grid, when Miller suddenly swore. "Boss, you need to see this." He'd managed to recover a few corrupted frames from the drone feed just before it cut out. The image was heavily distorted, flickering with static, but clear enough to make out something moving with impossible speed along the canyon wall. It was large, gaunt, and disturbingly humanoid in shape, but elongated with limbs that seemed too long, moving in a skittering, unnatural gait that defied physics. It was there for less than a second, a gray-brown blur against the rock face, before vanishing, even the smallest noises. But it was the audio fragment he recovered that chilled me to the bone. Filtered out from the static and subsonic noise, clear as a bell amidst the distortion, was a single sound captured just before the clicking began, a perfect mimicry of Ranger Davy's voice, calling out a single, desperate word. Help. The creature wasn't just hunting. It was intelligent. It was potentially using mimicry to lure its victims. And it had Davy's voice. The implications hit me like a physical blow. This wasn't just some cryptid beast. We were dealing with something far more cunning and infinitely more dangerous. The rules had just changed. The grainy image of the blurred figure, combined with the chilling sound of Davy's voice calling for help, sucked the air out of the ranger station. Miller ripped his headphones off as if it burned him. Chen's hand tightened on her rifle stock. Riggs just stared at the screen, his jaw set like concrete. The mimicry changed everything. This wasn't just a predator. It was a predator with intelligence, with cunning. It understood human weakness, using empathy as a weapon. It learns. Chen whispered, her voice barely audible. It takes voices, which means it could use ours. Riggs added grimly, or the other missing rangers. My mind raced, discarding previous assumptions. Standard ambush tactics were compromised. If the target could convincingly imitate one of us, sow confusion, lure us into traps. All right, I said, forcing calm into my voice. New plan. We know its general hunting ground is the northern sector near Black Creek Canyon. We know it's fast, likely nocturnal or crepuscular, based on the timing of the disappearances in our encounter, and we know it uses mimicry. I looked at Miller. Can you rig proximity sensors? Wide spectrum audio pickups linked directly to us, secure channel. Miller nodded. Can do, boss. Short range. And they'll drain power fast. Good enough. We go back to the canyon rim. We don't go in deep. We set up a kill zone near where the drone went down. We use ourselves as bait, but contain bait. Riggs, you find high ground overlooking the approach. Chen, you rig proximity alerts and snares on the likely paths. Miller, you monitor everything, focus on identifying any vocalizations. No responding to voices unless visually confirmed or through comms check, and using pre-agreed codes. We draw it out, pin it down, and end it. I looked each of them in the eye, no matter the cost. We moved out before dawn, under the cloak of pre-dawn twilight. The forest felt even more hostile, saturated with unseen menace. Reaching the canyon rim felt like stepping onto the edge of the world. A deep, misty gorge plunged into darkness below, the sound of rushing water a distant roar. Setting up was tense, silent work. Chen moved like a phantom, placing sensors and nearly invisible tripwire snares designed not to hold, but to alert and momentarily hinder. Riggs found a rocky outcrop 50 yards back, offering a clear field of fire over the chosen area, a narrow game trail leading from the denser woods towards the canyon edge. Miller set up his gear behind Riggs, shielded by rock, his fingers flying over his console. I took point, positioning myself near a cluster of boulders closer to the trail, assault rifle ready. Then we waited. Hours passed. The sun rose, burning off the mist in the canyon, but the woods remained cool and dim. The silence stretched, broken only by the wind and the distant creek. Doubt began to creep in. Had we spooked it? Was it too smart to fall for such an obvious trap? As dusk began to settle, painting the sky in bruised purples and reds, Miller's voice crackled in my ear, tight with tension. Audio pickup. Movement southwest edge of sensor range, very faint. We tensed. Minutes crawled by. Then a sound drifted through the trees. Click, chitter, click. Closer this time. Rings, chin. Status. I whispered into my comm. Eyes on the trail? Nothing visual? Riggs replied. Sensor grid holding. Nothing tripped yet. Chen added. Then a different sound. My voice. Chen, checked the south perimeter sensor again. Thought I saw something. My blood ran cold. Chen, negative! Hold position! That's not me! I yelled into the comm, my real voice sounding harsh against the mimicry. Chen didn't reply instantly, and she hesitated. The clicking sound came again, closer, faster now. Then, from the trees directly ahead of me, a figure emerged onto the game trail. It was tall and possibly thin, limbs bent at unnatural angles. Its skin was a sickly gray-brown, taut over sharp bones, looking like stretched leather. It moved in that horrifyingly fast, skittering gait we'd glimpsed on the drone footage, its head low, swinging slightly side to side. It had too many joints, or they bent the wrong way. No discernible eyes on its face, just dark pits above a lipless mouth that stretched too wide, opening and closing rapidly, emitting that awful clicking sound. It paused, its head snapping towards Chen's position, hidden in the undergrowth. Then it spoke again, this time mimicking Ranger Davies' voice, laced with terror. Help me to Tyr! Please! Now! Riggs, light it up. I roared, opening fire simultaneously. My round struck its torso, staggering it, eliciting a high-pitched shriek that scraped nerves raw. Riggs' heavier caliber weapon unleashed a torrent of fire from above, tearing chunks from the creature's hide, kicking up dirt around it. The thing moved with blinding speed, ignoring wounds that would have dropped any known animal. It didn't charge us directly. Instead, it scrambled sideways off the trail, using trees as cover, impossibly fast. One of Chen's snares went taut, a brief flicker of light on Miller's monitor, followed by an enraged, clicking screech. It's doubling back! Towards Riggs and Miller! Chen shouted, breaking cover to get a firing angle. I raced towards their position, firing controlled bursts into the thrashing foliage where the creature had vanished. The clicking was frantic, mixed with wet, tearing sounds. I rounded the outcrop where Riggs was positioned just as the creature burst from the trees behind him. It was on him before he could turn, long, multi-jointed arms ending in razor, sharp claws slashing downwards. Riggs bellowed, firing his sidearm point blank even as the claws tore through his body armor and flesh. Chen was there a split second later, emptying her magazine into the creature's back. I added my fire, aiming for the head. The combined assault, at near contact range, finally seemed to overwhelm it. It convulsed, shrieked again, a sound that fractured into a dozen different voices, rangers, animals, static, before collapsing in a heap, limbs twitching. Silence fell, absolute and deafening, broken only by Riggs' pained groans and our own ragged breathing. Miller rushed to Riggs, a applying pressure to deep gashes across his shoulder and side. Chin stood over the creature, pistol still leveled, her face pale but resolute. The thing was dead. Finally, definitively dead. Its form was even more grotesque up close. A biological nightmare. Where did it come from? Was it a mutation? Something else entirely? We'd likely never know. The official report would talk about an unidentifiable predator, aggressively territorial. It would omit the mimicry, the impossible speed, the chilling intelligence. It would omit the feeling that this thing wasn't natural. We stabilized rings, called for immediate evac. Getting him out was the priority. As the chopper's blades beat the air above us, lifting us away from Whisperwind Peaks, I looked down at the darkening forest. We had faced the evil. We had ended this threat. But the cost was etched onto Riggs' pain-contorted face, and into the haunted-looking chins and Miller's eyes. It was etched into me, too. Director Evans got his neutralization, but the questions lingered, heavy and cold. What other secrets did those vast, silent woods hold? Was this the only one? The legend wasn't just a story. And out there, in the deep, remote corners of the world, other legends might be waiting. My name is Agent Thompson. I hunt monsters. I just never expected them to be real. Alright, settle in. You probably found this post buried somewhere deep, maybe linked from a forum discussing cryptids or unexplained disappearances in national parks. That's usually how people stumble onto these kinds of accounts. Most folks read them, get a quick chill, and move on. But this isn't just a story I heard. This is something I lived through. Something that's still living inside my head, pacing behind my eyes every time I close them. My name, or at least the name most people in the service know me by, is Hunter. It's fitting, I guess. Officially, I'm a park ranger and specializing in tracking and search and rescue. Unofficially, well, let's just say I pick up on things others don't. It's not something I advertise. You mention sensitivities or intuition in a government job, and you get psych evaluations faster than a speeding ticket. But it's there. A hum under the surface of things, a feeling that prickles the back of my neck when something is fundamentally wrong. Sometimes it's just a gut feeling about which trail a lost hiker took. Other times it's colder, sharper, like the feeling of unseen eyes drilling into your back, accompanied by a static charge in the air that tastes like old pennies and fear. I've felt it before, usually around places where something bad happened. An accidental death, a suicide, sometimes something darker, older. But nothing, the smallest noises, nothing prepared me for the feeling that hit me the day I went into the Black Creek sector. Black Creek isn't on any tourist maps. It's a deep, noises, rugged stretch of wilderness bordering the park's official boundary, miles of dense old-growth forest, steep ravines, and swamps that swallow the sunlight whole. It's the kind of place where people go missing and are simply never found. Officially, they succumb to the elements, got lost, animal attacks. Unofficially, the locals whisper stories. Tales of things that walk on two legs but howl like wolves. Things with eyes that glow in the dark. Things that leave tracks too big and too wrong to belong to any known animal. They call it many things. The elders just call it the Watcher in the Woods. We, the rangers who'd heard the hushed radio chatter after dark, the fragmented reports from terrified campers who claimed they saw something just beyond the firelight, we had another name for it, borrowed from the wilder world of cryptozoologic dogman. Most of us laughed it off. Stress, shadows, bears standing on their hind legs. Plausible deniability is a ranger's best friend. But then the Peterson family went missing. Not lost hikers this time. A family of 4, experienced campers, vanished from their designated site deep in a region near Black Creek, but still well within the park's managed zones. Their tents were shredded, not like a bear would do it, more like torn apart with vicious, controlled strength. Food scattered, but not eaten. No blood, no bodies. Just gone. That's when the call came down. Not officially a dogman hunt, of course. It was a high-priority SAR operation. But the hushed conversation with my supervisor, away from listening ears, was different. Hunter, he'd said, His voice low. Take point. Head towards Black Creek. Follow your instincts. We need answers, any answers. And Hunter, be careful. There are things out there. He didn't finish sentence. He didn't need to. So I geared up. Standard SAR pack, rifle, sidearm, tracker's kit. But I also packed a few extra things, items blessed by a local tribal elder, things that supposedly offered protection against unnatural things. Call it superstition, but when your gut is screaming bloody murder, you don't argue. The moment I stepped off the maintained trail and pushed through the dense undergrowth, marking the unofficial entrance to the Black Creek sector, it hit me. It wasn't gradual. It was like stepping through a curtain into a walk-in freezer filled with malice. The air grew heavy still. The usual forest chorus, birds, insects, the rustle of small creatures, died away into an oppressive silence. And the feeling, oh God, the feeling. It was that cold, predatory presence I mentioned, but magnified. This wasn't the residual echo of past trauma. This was active, hungry, and aware. It felt like a physical weight pressing down, a low-frequency vibration thrumming, just below the range of hearing, rattling my teeth. My sensitivities went into overdrive. It wasn't just a vague sense of being watched. I could almost feel the specific direction the attention was coming from. It was like a spotlight beam made of pure, malevolent intent, sweeping through the trees searching. I'm a tracker. I've tracked bears, mountain lions, desperate fugitives. I know the feeling of being in a predator's territory. This was different. This wasn't just an animal defending its space or looking for a meal. This felt intelligent, calculating. It felt like hate. I forced myself to move, pushing deeper into the gloom. Every snapped twig under my boot sounded like a gunshot in the suffocating silence. My eyes scanned the forest floor, looking for any sign of the Petersons, but my skin crawled with the certainty that something else was tracking me. The feeling intensified, localized. It was moving parallel to me, keeping pace just beyond my line of sight, obscured by the thick tangle of ancient trees and shadows. I stopped crouching low, straining my ears. Nothing. Just the blood pounding in my ears and the suffocating weight of that unseen presence. My hand instinctively went to the hilt of my knife, then to the grip of my rifle. Cold comfort. Whatever this was, I had the sickening feeling that conventional weapons might not be enough. Then I saw it. Not the creature itself, but a sign. A massive oak, thicker than a pickup truck, had a series of deep gouges raked down its trunk, starting at least 10 feet off the ground. The wood was splintered, torn away in chunks. These weren't bare claws. They were too deep, too widely spaced, and showed an impossible level of force. Below the marks, pressed into a patch of damp earth, was a partial print. It was huge, vaguely canine, but the length of the stride indicated something walking bipedally. The mud around it was churned, suggesting immense weight. My blood ran cold. The stories, the whispers, the dismissed reports, they slammed into me with the force of a physical blow. This wasn't a bear. It wasn't a man. It was something else. And as I stared at that impossible track, the feeling spiked. The predatory focus wasn't just watching anymore. It wasn't just parallel. It felt like it was closing in, drawing a bead. The hunt had begun. The dogman. It was hunting us, even as we were hunting it. And I was terribly, utterly alone in its territory. The silence stretched, and I could feel its unseen eyes locked onto me. It knew I was there. It knew I'd seen its sign. And I had the distinct, terrifying impression that it was smiling. My heart hammered against my ribs like a trapped bird. Staring at that grotesque track, the air thick with unseen menace, every instinct screamed RUN. But training kicked in, however, feebly. Running blindly in this terrain, while being actively hunted by something that clearly knew the woods better than I did, was suicide. Besides, the Petersons, the shredded tent, I couldn't just turn tail. Not yet. I forced down the bile rising in my throat, shouldered my rifle, and clicked the safety off. The small sound echoed unnaturally loud in the dead quiet. Slowly, deliberately, I backed away from the monstrous print, scanning the dense tree line, the deep shadows between the ancient trunks. My senses were stretched taut, the sensitivity humming like a live wire. painting a sickening picture of the thing's attention fixed solely on me. It wasn't a diffused presence anymore. It felt laser-focused, an invisible pressure point boring into the base of my skull. It was playing with me. I knew it. Like a cat watches a cornered mouse, enjoying the terror before the pounce. It could have taken me then, I suspect. Whatever ripped apart that oak tree could have snapped me in half without breaking a sweat. But it didn't. It was waiting. Hunting. I had to move. Staying still made me an easy target. I decided to push forward, deeper into Black Creek, towards the area triangulated from the Petersons' last GPS ping. Maybe finding them, or what was left of them, would give me answers. Or at least a direction. Maybe the creature was guarding something near their site. It was a flimsy rationale, born more of desperation than logic, but it was better than freezing in place. Moving through the undergrowth felt like wading through tar. Every step was a conscious effort against the oppressive weight in the air. The silence persisted, but now it felt listening. The forest itself seemed complicit, its branches like grasping claws, its shadows deeper and colder than they should be. I kept glancing back, my neck aching from the tension, convinced I'd see glowing eyes staring from the gloom. I saw nothing, but the feeling of being watched intensified with every yard I covered. It was behind me now, then flanking me to the left, then suddenly shifting to the right. It moved with impossible speed and silence through terrain that had me stumbling and cursing under my breath. Then came the smell. Faint at first, then stronger, carried on a non-existent breeze. Wet fur, like a dog left out in the rain too long, but mixed with something else, something metallic and rotten, like infected blood and decay. It clung to the back of my throat, making me gag. It was the smell of a predator, rank and primal. My radio crackled. Hope surged for a fraction of a second before dying. It wasn't dispatch. It was just static, loud and sharp, as if something was actively interfering with the signal. I tried calling in, my voice a strained whisper. Base, this is Hunter, requesting status check. Over. More static, punctuated by a low, guttural sound that might have been interference or might have been something else entirely, bleeding through the frequency. I was cut off, utterly alone. The terrain started to slope downward sharply, leading into a narrow, water-carved ravine choked with ferns and most slick rocks. Visibility dropped further in the damp shadows. This was bad ground, an ambush point. The feeling of the presence condensed, pressing in from the ravine's lip above and behind me. It was funneling me, guiding me. Suddenly, a crash echoed from further down the ravine, followed by a sound that stopped my heart cold. A howl, but not like any wolf I'd ever heard. This was deeper, resonant with a chilling intelligence, laced with a guttural tearing sound that spoke of immense lung capacity and unnatural vocal cords. It was a sound that scraped against the inside of my skull, a declaration of dominance and hunger that vibrated through the very rock under my boots. I froze, rifle up, scanning the mist-filled depths below. Nothing moved, but the smell was stronger here, almost overpowering. And beneath the howl's echo, I heard it, the rhythmic thump of something heavy moving downhill, dislodging pebbles, snapping branches. It wasn't running. It was pacing, deliberately closing the distance. Panic clawed at me. I scrambled sideways, desperate to get out of the ravine's narrow confines, slipping on the wet stone. My foot caught on a root, sending me sprawling onto a patch of damp moss. The impact knocked the wind out of me, my rifle clattering uselessly a few feet away. Lying there, gasping for air, I looked up, and I saw it, not clearly, not fully, but enough. Through the swirling mist and the tangle of ferns on the opposite slope, maybe 50 yards away, a shape detached itself from the shadows. It was huge, snoises, easily 7 or 8 feet tall, even hunched over. The silhouette was wrong, powerfully built shoulders, too broad for a man, legs that seemed to bend like a dog's but allowed it to stand upright, and a long, vaguely canine muzzle silhouetted against the slightly less dense fog. It turned its head slowly, deliberately, towards the sound of my fall. I couldn't see eyes, but I felt its gaze lock onto me, cold and appraising. Time stopped. The heavy thump of its movement ceased. The world narrowed to the space between me and that monstrous shape in the mist. It hadn't seen me clearly yet, but it knew exactly where I was. The predatory pressure was immense, suffocating. I could feel its anticipation, its hunger. Then it lowered its head slightly, and a low growl rumbled through the ravine, a sound so deep and menacing it felt like the ground itself was vibrating. It wasn't just a warning, it was a promise. My hand scrabbled uselessly on the mossy ground, reaching for my rifle. Too far. The creature took a deliberate step forward, its massive form shifting, becoming clearer for a horrifying instant before the mist swirled again. It was lean, corded with muscle beneath coarse, dark fur, and its hands, yes, hands, ended in thick, black claws that dug into the earth as it moved. This was it. No more shadows, no more feelings. The hunter had cornered its prey. My training, my rifle, my sensitivities, none of it felt like enough against the primal terror made manifest standing just across the ravine. It took another step, the growl intensifying, and I knew, with chilling certainty, that it was about to charge. But that growl wasn't just sound, it was a physical force, vibrating through my bones, paralyzing me for a precious second. 50 yards. Across a ravine filled with slick rocks and mists. But the way it moved, the coiled power in its haunched form, that distance meant nothing. It would be on me before I could even scramble to my feet. My fingers brushed against something hard and smooth in the moss next to me. Not my rifle, but one of the blessed stones the elder had given me. A small dark piece of obsidian, etched with a symbol I didn't understand, but which felt strangely warm despite the damp chill. Primal fear, raw instinct overriding everything else, made me snatch it up. The dogman lunged, not a leap, but an explosion of movement, launching itself down the ravine slope with terrifying agility. Noises, rocks scattered under its clawed feet as it bounded across the uneven terrain, its massive form cutting through the mist like a dark predator diving through water. Smallest noises. The rank smell hit me like a physical blow, gagging me. In the fleeting seconds as it closed the distance, I saw its eyes reflecting the dim light filtering through the canopy, not like an animal's, but with a hateful yellow-green luminescence that seemed lit from within. Its muzzle wrinkled back, exposing rows of thick, yellowed fangs designed for tearing and crushing bone. My rifle was out of reach. My sidearm felt pitifully inadequate. Without thinking, driven purely by terror, I flung the obsidian stone with all my might, aiming vaguely at the center of the monstrous shape hurtling towards me. It was a ridiculous gesture, a pebble against an avalanche, but as the stone flew, a strange thing happened. The air around it seemed to shimmer, distort, just for an instant, and the low growl erupting from the dogman's throat twisted into a high-pitched yelp of what sounded impossibly like surprise. Pain. The creature didn't stop its charge, but it faltered for a split second, its head jerking to the side as if reacting to a sudden blow or an unexpected flash of light. That hesitation was all I needed. Adrenaline surged through me, but the noises, a desperate chemical fire. I threw myself sideways, rolling frantically, ignoring the sharp pain as my shoulder slammed into a rock. I scrabbled desperately, and my hand closed around the cold steel barrel of my rifle. I rolled onto my back, bringing the weapon up just as the dogman reached the bottom of the ravine, mere feet away. It towered over me, silhouetted against the gray sky filtering down, a nightmare made solid flesh and fur. Its breath, hot and fetid, washed over my face. Its shadow engulfed me. I didn't aim. There was no time. I just pulled the trigger. Once, twice, 3 times. The roar of the rifle blast in the confined space was deafening. The creature staggered back, howling a horrific, enraged sound that echoed off the ravine walls. I saw dark patches blossom on its chest and shoulder, but it didn't fall. It didn't even seem significantly slowed. It looked down at the wounds, then back at me, and the intelligent malice in those glowing eyes intensified into pure, murderous fury. It lunged again, not with speed this time, but with deliberate, crushing force. I knew I couldn't fire again in time. I closed my eyes, bracing for the impact, the tearing claws, the snapping jaw scabbed instead. There was a tremendous splash. I opened my eyes. The creature hadn't reached me. In its rage, Or perhaps unbalanced by the shots, it had misjudged its footing on the slick rocks at the ravine's bottom. It had stumbled, its momentum carrying it into a deep, churning pool of water hidden by the mist, part of the creek that carved this scar into the earth. It thrashed wildly in the dark water, roaring and snarling, the sounds echoing strangely muffled by the pool. It wasn't drowning. I doubted anything could drown this thing easily, but it was disoriented, fighting the current and the shock. This was my chance. My only chance. Ignoring the fire in my shoulder and the trembling in my limbs, I scrambled to my feet, snatched up my pack, and ran. I didn't run back the way I came. I ran deeper into the ravine, following the watercourse downstream, away from the thrashing nightmare in the pool. Every instinct screamed that it would be out of the water in seconds, that it would be back on my trail, faster and angrier than before. I ran until my lungs burned and my legs felt like lead. I stumbled through the creek, ignoring the icy water soaking my boots, using the sound of the rushing water to hopefully mask my passage. The predatory presence, that cold awareness, was still there, but it felt distant now, distracted perhaps, or momentarily deterred, but never gone. Hours seemed to pass. The ravine eventually widened, the terrain becoming slightly less treacherous. I didn't stop to rest, didn't stop to check my compass. I just moved, fueled by residual terror, heading in the general direction I hoped would lead me back towards the park's edge. I didn't consciously look for the Petersons' campsite, but I stumbled upon it anyway. Or what was left. It was just as the initial report described. Shredded tents flapping fallenly in the breeze that had finally picked up. Gear scattered, but nothing looked scavenged by animals. And no blood, no sign of struggle. It was eerily clean except for one thing. Near the center of the flattened campsite, pressed deep into the soil, was another one of those massive, canine bipedal tracks. Fresh, very fresh. It hadn't just passed through here, it had been here, recently. The Petersons, they hadn't just vanished, they were taken. A wave of nausea washed over me. I backed away slowly, the full horror of the situation crashing down. This thing wasn't just a territorial predator. It was actively hunting, taking people. I didn't linger. I turned and forced my legs into movement again, finally pulling out my compass, getting my bearings, and heading for the extraction point. Constantly looking over my shoulder, the rifle held ready. The feeling of being watched persisted, a low-level hum beneath the surface, but the immediate, intense pressure was gone. It knew where I was, I had no doubt. But for now, it seemed content to let me go. A warning. Or just saving me for later. It took me the rest of the day and half the night to get back to the ranger station on the park's perimeter. I emerged from the tree line scratched, bruised, soaked, and trembling, my eyes wide with exhaustion and terror. My report was sanitized. I mentioned aggressive, unidentified animal tracks. A possible large predator, maybe a bear with abnormal aggression. I mentioned the condition of the Petersons' camp. I left out the glowing eyes, the unnatural speed and silence, the sheer intelligence I felt, the blessed stone, the impossible silhouette in the mist. They wouldn't have believed me. They have pulled me from duty, sent me for psych evil, even the smallest noises. I might have even started to doubt myself, if not for the lingering cold dread that had seeped into my bones, and the 3 distinct, heavy caliber bullet casings I'd instinctively pocketed after firing into the creature. Proof, for myself at least. The official search for the Petersons was eventually scaled back, then called off. Another tragic story of hikers lost to the wilderness. But I know what happened. I know what's still out there, in the deep, dark places like Black Creek. I don't track in that sector anymore. Nobody does, if they can help it. But sometimes, late at night, when the wind howls just right through the pines, I feel it. That cold, predatory presence, brushing against the edges of my senses. It's remembering me. It's waiting. The dogman is real, and it's still hunting. I'm writing this down because people need to know. Couldn't bear even the smallest noises. Don't go looking for the things that lurk in the shadows, because trust me, they're already looking for you. My name is Dr. Emily Blake. For 15 years, I've dedicated my life to understanding the landscape of the human mind after it's been shattered by trauma. PTSD, complex grief, survivor's guilt, these are the territories I navigate daily in my practice. My work usually involves soldiers returning from war zones, victims of violent crime, or survivors of devastating accidents. Mundane, if you can call navigating the wreckage of the human psyche mundane. But nothing, absolutely nothing in my training or experience prepared me for the call I received 3 months ago. It came late on a Tuesday, a stereo, encrypted line bypassing my usual office number. The voice on the other end was clipped, devoid of warmth, identifying himself only as Mr. Jones, a liaison from an unspecified government agency. The request was vague, but laced with an undeniable urgency. My expertise was required for a highly classified project involving personnel debriefing at a remote facility. The nature of the trauma, extreme environmental encounters, was the euphemism offered. Confidentiality agreements, background checks expedited with unnerving speed, and a non-negotiable summons followed. Skepticism warred with a professional curiosity I couldn't quite suppress. Extreme environmental encounters, bear attacks, avalanches. Those, while terrifying, fit known parameters. This felt different. The facility itself amplified that feeling. Nestled deep in a national forest, the specific location classified, of course it was less a government building and more a concrete bunker disguised by dense foliage. Armed guards, surveillance cameras peeking from behind ancient pines, smallest noises, and an almost preternatural silence created an atmosphere thick with tension. Inside, the corridors were stereo, fluorescent lit, smelling faintly of disinfectant and something else at a low-level hum of fear. My assigned office was more of an interrogation room, gray walls, a metal table, 2 chairs bolted to the floor, and a one-way mirror I pretended not to notice. My briefing with Mr. Jones was brief and chillingly direct. Dr. Blake. He began sliding a heavily redacted file across the table, but even this you're here because standard psychological protocols have proven inadequate. We are dealing with witnesses who have experienced events so far outside the realm of conventional understanding that they are suffering catastrophic psychological breaks. He paused, his eyes locking onto mine. These individuals are, or were U.S. Park Rangers. Experienced woodsmen, trained observers, not prone to fantasy or hysteria. He leaned forward slightly. Over in the past 18 months, across multiple national parks and forests, primarily in the Pacific Northwest and the Appalachian regions, we've had a spike in disappearances and the unusual incident reports from rangers. Reports that were initially dismissed. He tapped the file, until the survivors started turning up. Or rather, the fragments of survivors. He finally gave it a name, the term whispered across forums, dismissed as campfire folklore, yet spoken here with deadly seriousness. They encountered something out there, Doctor. Something the internal reports are tentatively calling Cianis Lupus hominidi, or CLH. But the Rangers have another name for it. He let the silence hang. They call it the Dogman. My professional skepticism screamed. Dogman. A bipedal canine cryptid. It sounded absurd. The stuff of internet creepypasta. I almost voiced my disbelief, but the look in Jones' eyes stopped me. It wasn't the look of a man spinning a tale. It was the look of someone grappling with an unbelievable, terrifying reality. And then he showed me the photographs, not of the creature itself, but of the aftermath. Tracks that defied explanation, enormous, clawed, vaguely canine, but with an unnatural stride length. Damage to trees, thick trunks snapped like twigs meters above the ground. And then, the redacted injury reports of the Rangers who didn't make it back whole. My skepticism faltered, replaced by a cold knot of dread in my stomach. Your job, Dr. Blake, Jones continued, is to debrief the survivors. We need to understand what they saw, what happened. Not just for their sake, but for ours. We need actionable intelligence. These things are encroaching. He handed me another file, this one containing the profile of my first interviewee, Ranger David Miller, 3 weeks post-incident. Physically cleared, psychologically fragile. David Miller looked like a man who hadn't slept properly in those 3 weeks. Or perhaps ever since it happened. He was young, maybe late 20s, the smallest noises, with the rugged build you'd expect from someone who spent their life outdoors. But his eyes, they were hollow, haunted, darting towards the corners of the sterile room as if expecting something to lunge from the shadows. His hands trembled as he sat opposite me, gripping a paper cup of water so tightly his knuckles were white. "Ranger Miller," I began gently, keeping my voice calm, professional. "My name is Dr. Blake. I'm here to help you process what you experienced." He flinched at the word experienced. He stared down at the table, his breathing shallow. "Help me," he whispered, his voice raspy. "Can you make me forget? Can you make the nightmares stop? I can help you understand and cope with the memories." I replied honestly. Forgetting isn't usually possible, but managing the fear, the trauma that is. "Can you tell me what happened? Start wherever feels comfortable." He took a shaky sip of water. Minutes passed in silence, punctuated only by his ragged breaths and the low hum of the building's ventilation. I waited patiently, knowing that pushing could shut him down completely. Finally, he spoke, his voice barely audible. It was supposed to be a routine patrol. 3-day hike, checking trail markers, monitoring wildlife cams near Black Ridge. It's remote country. Beautiful, but empty. Usually. He shuddered. First day was normal. Second day, things felt off. Quiet. Too quiet. No birdsong, no squirrels chattering. Just silence, like the whole forest was holding its breath. I found tracks. He continued, his gaze distant, reliving it. Near Grizzly Creek. Big tracks. Bigger than any bear I've ever seen. Canine, maybe. But the stride of it was wrong. Too long, and they were deep, like whatever made them was heavy. Really heavy. He looked up at me, his eyes wide with remembered fear. I should have turned back. Every instinct screamed at me to get out, but my radio wasn't getting a signal, and I was supposed to check a camera trap further up. He trailed off, swallowing hard. The air in the room grew colder, thicker. I could almost smell the damp earth and pine needles, feel the oppressive silence of the woods he described. The primal fear he spoke of wasn't just in his memory, it was leaking into the room, palpable, ancient. That night, he choked out. The sound started, snapping branches just outside my tent's perimeter, low growls guttural, deeper than any wolf or bear, and breathing, heavy, raspy breathing, circling the campsite. His body tensed, bracing for an impact that had happened weeks ago yet felt immediate. I didn't sleep, just sat there, my service pistol shaking in my hand, listening, praying for sunrise. He looked directly at me, pure terror etched onto his face. But it didn't wait for sunrise, Doctor. Just before dawn, the darkest hour bit came for the tent. David Miller's breath hitched, his knuckles bone, white around the paper cup. The sterile quiet of the debriefing room seemed to press in, heavy with the phantom chill of that pre-dawn forest. It didn't rip the tent, he stammered, the words tumbling out in a rag cascade. Not at first. It pushed, like something testing the fabric. I felt the pressure against the side, saw the nylon bulge inward right beside my head. I could hear this sniffing sound. Wet, snuffling breaths, right through the thin material. He squeezed his eyes shut, but the memories clearly played behind his eyelids. Then came the scratching, slow, deliberate. Claws-long claws dragged down the side of the tent. Sush hurryic, like nails on a chalkboard, but deeper, rougher. I had my pistol up, shaking so bad I could barely hold it, pointed right where the sound was coming from. But what could I do? Shoot through the tent? What if I missed? What if I just made it angry? His voice dropped to a conspiratorial whisper. It knew I was there. It knew I was awake. It was toying with me, Doctor. I could feel it. The intelligence behind it, that was the worst part. It wasn't just some animal acting on instinct. A violent rip shattered the memory's tension. It tore through the top. David gasped, miming the action with a trembling hand. It just shredded the rain fly and the mesh like tissue paper, and I saw it. Oh God, I saw it. He wasn't looking at me anymore. His eyes were fixed on a point somewhere above and behind my head, seeing the impossible silhouette against the pre-dawn gloom. It was huge, standing there, hunched over the opening it made, taller than any man. It filled the tier completely, I couldn't see details, not really, just the shape. But it was wrong. All wrong. He struggled for words, the psychologist in me noting the classic signs of trauma-induced speech difficulty. Legs like a dog's, bent backward, but it was standing upright. Long arms too long ending in these massive paws, claws extended. And the head, he shuddered violently, a full-body tremor. Pointed muzzle, like a wolf or a big shepherd, but bigger, thicker. Pointed ears twitching listening, and the smell of rotten meat, wet fur. Decay it filled the tent, shook me. Did you see its eyes? I asked softly, keeping my professional mask firmly in place despite the cold dread coiling in my own gut. No, he breathed. Thank God, no. Just darkness where they should have been, but I felt them. Felt them looking right at me, even in the dark. It lowered its head, sniffing again, right into the tent. That was when instinct, pure animal panic, finally broke through his paralysis. I screamed. Didn't even mean to, just this raw sound ripped out of me, and I fired. Once, twice, 3 times. Blindly, upwards, through the shredded opening. The room seemed to echo with the phantom gunshots. Did you hit it? I don't know, David admitted, shaking his head frantically. There was this awful sound, not a yelp like a dog, more like a wire roar mixed with a shriek. High-pitched, guttural, inhuman. It reared back, and I scrambled. Just scrambled out the other side of the tent, ripping the zipper, falling onto the cold ground. Didn't grab anything, not my pack, not my radio, nothing. Just ran. Tell me about the run, David. It was chaos, he whispered. Dark, stumbling through the undergrowth, branches whipping my face. I could hear it behind me, crashing through the woods like a freight train. Faster than any man, faster than any bear. The ground felt like it was shaking with its steps. That breathing sound again, harsh and ragged, sometimes closer, sometimes farther away. It was hunting me. He described a terrifying game of cat and mouse through the dense forest. Hiding behind ancient trees, the sound of claws scraping bark just feet away. Scrambling down ravines, hearing it follow effortlessly. The snap of a massive branch nearby, the low growl echoing through the trees, seeming to come from multiple directions at once. I thought I was dead, he said, his voice flat, devoid of emotion now, the tone of someone utterly resigned during the event. There was this one point, I tripped and fell into a thicket of ferns. Landed hard, wind knocked out of me. I just lay there waiting. I could hear it moving nearby, sniffing the air. It paused maybe 10 yards away. I could hear the wet intake of breath. I closed my eyes, braced myself. He opened his eyes, looking at me again, but it moved on, just walked away, or ran. The crashing sounds faded into the distance. I don't know why. Maybe the gunshots scared it off eventually. Maybe something else distracted it. Maybe. He trailed off, the uncertainty almost as terrifying as the pursuit itself. I stayed hidden until the sun was fully up. Hours, just shaking. Then I walked. For 2 days. No food, no water besides what I could lap from streams. Just walked west, hoping to hit the park road. He gestured vaguely to himself. Found by hikers on the 3rd day. Delirious, hypothermic, covered in cuts and bruises. They said I kept screaming about a dog. The interview concludes shortly after. David was emotionally and physically spent, leaning heavily on the government, assigned aide who escorted him out. As the door clicked shut, the silence in the room felt different, heavy, charged. David Miller wasn't delusional. His terror was genuine, small noises. His physical state upon rescue corroborated his story of a desperate flight, and his description of the creature, while fragmented by fear and darkness, had chilling points of consistency with the sparse details in Jonah's redacted files, the unnatural posture, the immense size and strength, the canine humanoid blend, the terrifying sounds. I sat back looking at the stereo metal table, the gray walls, the impassive eye of the one-way mirror. The clinical detachment I relied on felt paper-thin. Trauma was my field, but this wasn't like recounting a firefight or a car crash. This was primal. An encounter with something that felt ripped from the darkest corners of ancient human fear. Something that stalked the edges of our understood world. Mr. Jones had called it Sean S. Liupiu's hominide. A stereo, scientific label attempting to contain the uncontainable. David Miller, in his terror, had called it the Dogman. Hearing it from him, laced with the raw, unfeigned horror of a man who had seen it, who had been hunted by it, the name no longer sounded like folklore. It sounded like a warning. My next file lay on the table. Ranger Sarah Chen, 6 months post-incident. Different park, hundreds of miles away. The brief notes mentioned prolonged exposure and auditory phenomena. I picked it up, my hand slightly unsteady. What horrors had she witnessed? And how many more Davids and Sarahs were out there, their stories locked away behind terrified silence or dismissed as madness? The hum of the facility seemed louder now, like the low growl David had described, echoing not just in the deep woods, but here, in the heart of this sterile bunker. The hunt wasn't just happening out there, the smallest noises. It felt like it was happening in here, too, a hunt for answers, before whatever lurked in the shadows decided to stop playing games. Ranger Sarah Chen entered the room with a stillness that was somehow more disturbing than David Miller's trembling agitation. She was older, perhaps late 40s, with streaks of gray in her tightly pulled back hair and the leathery tan of someone who had spent decades under the sun and sky. Her eyes, though, held a similar haunted quality to David's, but instead of darting fearfully, they were unnervingly fixed, scanning the room with slow, deliberate movements before settling on me. There was a coiled tension in her posture, a hypervigilance honed by weeks, not hours of terror. She didn't sit immediately, her gaze lingering for a moment too long on the one-way mirror. "Dr. Blake," she stated, her voice low and steady, yet devoid of inflection. She sat, her back ramrod straight, hands resting motionless on her knees. The file mentioned prolonged exposure. 6 weeks. She'd been assigned to a remote fire lookout tower in Okanagan National Forest before her extraction. Alone. "Ranger Chen," I began, adopting the same calm tone I'd used with David. "Noises. Thank you for speaking with me. I understand you were stationed at the Devil's Peak Lookout." She nodded curtly. "From June until they pulled me out mid-July. The report mentions unusual auditory phenomena. Can you tell me about that?" A flicker of something, not quite fear, more like grim recollection, crossed her face. "Phenomena," she repeated, the word tasting like ash in her mouth. It started subtly. Sounds that were almost right. A branch snapping when there was no wind. Footsteps on the gravel path outside the tower at night, but when I shone my light, nothing. Then came the animal sounds. She paused, her gaze drifting towards the windowless gray wall. Fox calls, but too loud, too close. Elk buggles, but out of season and distorted like a recording played slightly wrong. Then coyotes. A whole pack. It sounded like yipping and howling right below the tower. But there are no coyote packs that large document in that area. I logged it all. Time, duration, direction. Tried to rationalize it. When did it change? I prompted gently. About 2 weeks in, she said, her voice dropping further. It started imitating. The radio static, perfectly mimicked, crackling from the woods when my radio was off. The squeak of the tower's ladder rungs echoed back at me from the darkness. One night, her breath hitched almost imperceptibly. One night, I heard whistling. The tune I sometimes whistled myself while cleaning the cabin, coming from the trees just beyond the clearing. The hair on my arm stood on end. Mimicry. It suggested an unsettling level of intelligence, observation, and a malicious intent to psychologically unravel its target. This wasn't just a beast, it was a tormentor. And you were seeing things. Not clearly. Not at first, Sarah confirmed. Movement at the edge of my vision while I was scanning the horizon for smoke. Something large and darting between trees faster than a deer or bear. Sometimes at night I'd see eye shine. Pairs of eyes, reflecting my flashlight beam back from the tree line, too high off the ground to be a cougar or a bobcat. Sometimes 2 pairs, sometimes 3, watching the tower. She described weeks of this psychological siege. Sleep became impossible, punctuated by the bizarre sounds, the feeling of constant observation. She found strange arrangements of rocks near the tower's base, patterns that felt deliberate, territorial. Her supplies seemed tampered with, nothing stolen, just moved. A closed tin opened, a carefully stacked pile of firewood subtly rearranged. Small things designed to make her question her sanity, to amplify the isolation. It was trying to break me. She stated, the conviction absolute in her voice. It knew I was alone. It knew the terrain better than I did. It controlled the night. Did you ever see it clearly, Sarah? She finally broke eye contact, looking down at her still hands. Once, near the end, a storm was rolling in, lightning flashing. I went outside onto the catwalk to secure a shutter. During one flashby, I saw it. She looked up, her eyes locking with mine, and this time, the raw fear was visible, stark against her forced composure. Standing at the edge of the clearing, maybe 50 yards away, it was half crouched, but even then, it was tall. Taller than a man. Shaggy, dark fur, soaked by the rain. Pointed ears, long snout like David described, I'd bet. She hadn't been briefed on David's testimony, yet the core details matched. But the lightning flashed again, closer this time, and I saw its face. She swallowed hard. The eyes, doctor, they weren't dark like your other witness probably said. They glowed. Faintly, yellow-orange like embers. Reflective like a predator's, but intelligent. Malignantly intelligent. And it was holding something. A deer fawn, limp in one of its massive, clawed hands. It just stood there watching me, knowing I saw it. What happened then? I scrambled back inside, bolted the hatch, radioed Mayday. Didn't care about protocol, just screamed for extraction. The storm hit hard then, couldn't hear much over the wind and thunder. But just before the helicopter arrived the next morning, I heard it again. Right below the tower. It wasn't howling or mimicking anymore. Her voice trembled for the first time. It was laughing. A low guttural, chuckling sound. It knew I was leaving. It let me go. Sarah Chen's debriefing left me profoundly disturbed. Her account complemented David's, by painting a picture of a creature capable of both brute force and chilling psychological warfare. The physical descriptions matched the unnatural size, the canine humanoid blend, the terrifying strength. But Sarah's experience added layers to the mimicry, the prolonged observation, the deliberate acts intended to instill terror and doubt. Were these different behaviors from the same type of entity, or variations? The thought was unsettling. Sitting alone after Sarah was escorted out, the official designation, Canis Lupus, Homin ID, felt like a pathetic attempt to categorize the incomprehensible. This was something ancient, intelligent in a way we didn't understand, and deeply hostile. Mr. Jones' words echoed. These things are encroaching. How many other rangers, hikers, or people living near these wilderness areas had encountered this? How many disappearances remained unexplained? The government's secrecy suddenly felt less like bureaucratic caution and more like barely contained panic. They weren't just studying this, and they were afraid of it. And they brought me in a trauma specialist, perhaps hoping I could find a pattern, a vulnerability, a psychological key through the fractured accounts of the survivors. But listening to David and Sarah, I felt less like a clinician and more like someone hearing prophecies of an encroaching darkness. The sterile room, the secure facility, no longer felt safe. The low hum of the building felt like a held breath. I gathered my notes, the ranger's terror imprinted not just on the paper, but on my own psyche. As I walked down the silent, fluorescent lit corridor towards my temporary quarters, I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. Was it just the guards, the cameras, the one-way mirrors? Or had the stories I'd heard invited something else into this sterile space? That night, sleep offered little respite. I dreamt of endless forests, unnaturally silent, and the feeling of glowing eyes watching me from the impenetrable darkness between the trees. Just before waking, I thought I heard it, a faint, rhythmic scratching sound, seemingly coming from just outside my own sealed door. My name is Agent Parker, Special Agent Dale Parker, to be precise, assigned to the FBI's Behavioral Analysis Unit out of Quantico. Even the noises, you've probably seen fictionalized versions of us on TV, the people who stare at grisly crime scene photos until the killer's deepest secrets supposedly leap out at them. It's not quite like that. It's painstaking work data analysis, victimology, geography, psychology, and yes, sometimes an educated guess based on patterns most people don't see. We hunt the worst of humanity, the serial killers, the spree shooters, the kidnappers who snatch children from their beds. We deal with monsters cloaked in human skin. At least, that's what I used to think. My current assignment is unorthodox. It didn't come through the usual channels. No frantic call from a local PD overwhelmed by a string of identical murders. No request for assistance from a federal agency hitting a wall. This one landed on my desk via a heavily redacted internal memo. Couldn't bear this noise is authorized by a name so far up the chain I barely recognized it. The subject line was vague. Analysis request. Anomalous predation patterns. Mumuridasi TD Sen National Forest. Inside was a preliminary file thicker than most completed case reports. It contained park ranger incident logs, blurry photographs, even the smallest noises. Frantic snippets of radio transmissions cut short, missing persons reports stretching back decades, and coroners' findings that used words like unprecedented, massive trauma, and consistent with large carnivore at butt. There was always a ute. Claw marks too deep, too widely spaced. Bite radii that didn't match any known North American predator. Bodies sometimes found partially consumed, other times ripped apart with a fury that seemed less like hunger and more like rage or sport. They wanted me to profile the perpetrator, to build a behavioral composite, understand its motives, predict its next move. The working designation the field agents and local authorities had settled on, half jokingly at first perhaps, but now uttered with a distinct lack of humor, was dogman. I'll admit, my initial reaction was cynical. Dogman sounded like something cooked up around a campfire, fueled by cheap bear and an overactive imagination. Bigfoot, chupacabra, Mothman, every region has its local cryptid. Usually, it turns out to be a bear, a mountain lion with mange, or just plain old human paranoia painting shadows into monsters. I figured this would be the same. A string of unfortunate, unrelated animal attacks, maybe a transient hermit living rough, amplified by local folklore and the inherent creepiness of the deep woods. My job, I assumed, was to bring a dose of objective, quantifiable reality to the situation, debunk the myth, and point the investigation toward a more conventional culprit. I started by dismissing the eyewitness accounts. They were predictably inconsistent, filtered through terror and the unreliability of human memory under duress. Descriptions varied wildly, smallest noises. Some saw glowing red eyes, others yellow. Height estimates ranged from 6 feet to over 8. Fur color was brown, black, gray. The smallest noises, the only real points of agreement were its bipedal locomotion, running on 2 legs with unnatural speed, its distinctly canine head, sharp claws, and the overwhelming sense of wrongness it exuded. But the physical evidence was harder to ignore. Tracks, enormous prints pressed deep into mud or soft earth, showed an unsettling mix of canine and primate features. 5 toes, prominent claws, but with a heel structure and stride length suggesting an upright gait. Hair samples collected from alleged attack sites came back from the lab flagged as unknown canid, similar in structure to wolf or dog hair, but with microscopic anomalies and DNA sequences that matched nothing in any existing database. Then there were the ranger reports. These weren't jumpy teenagers or conspiracy theorists. These were seasoned professionals, men and women who spent their lives in the wilderness, intimately familiar with its natural inhabitants. Their logs, initially documenting strange tracks or unusual animal behavior, grew increasingly alarmed. They wrote of fleeting glimpses of something large and fast-moving just beyond the tree line, of guttural growls that didn't match any known animal, of feeling watched in remote sectors of the park. Several entries mentioned equipment malfunctions, radios inexplicably dying, GPS units failing in specific areas. More disturbingly, several experienced rangers had either quit, transferred, or simply disappeared within the boundaries of the forest over the years, their last known locations often coinciding with areas of reported dogman activity. I tried applying standard predator profiling models. Territoriality. The incidents were spread across hundreds of square miles, seemingly at random. Prey selection. It ranged from deer and elk, found mutilated in ways suggesting overkill, to lone hikers and campers. There was no discernible pattern on age, sex, or vulnerability. Resource scarcity. The forest was teeming with natural game. This wasn't about survival. The turning point for me was a specific audio recording captured by a hiker's dropped phone before he vanished. Most of it was wind noise, panicked breathing, snapping twigs. But then, clear as day, came a sound that chilled me to the bone. It wasn't a growl, not a howl, not entirely. It was a low, guttural series of noises that sounded disturbingly like laughter. Deep, rasping, inhuman laughter, followed by a scream that cut off abruptly. That's when the neat boxes of behavioral science started to feel inadequate. Animals kill to eat, to defend territory, to protect their young. They operate on instinct. They don't mock their prey. They don't exhibit what looks chillingly like sadistic pleasure. The more I read, the more witness statements I cross-referenced, the more physical evidence I reviewed, the less this felt like profiling an animal. The word, creature, started appearing in my own notes. The patterns weren't random, they were elusive. The attacks weren't just predatory, they felt personal, almost vindictive sometimes. It seemed to understand patrol routes, observation posts. It avoided trail cameras with uncanny consistency. It left tracks when it seemingly wanted to, and vanished without a trace when it didn't. They wanted me to profile the dogman, to understand its motives. But the data wasn't pointing towards a large, unidentified predator. It was pointing towards something intelligent, something calculating, something that enjoyed the fear it created. The more I learned about the dogman, the less it seemed like an animal, and the more it seemed like something else. Something ancient, perhaps, and utterly malevolent. My job, I realized, wasn't just to profile a monster. It was to understand an intelligence fundamentally different and infinitely more terrifying than anything I'd ever encountered. The file felt heavy in my hands, not just from its physical weight, but from the dawning, dreadful understanding of what might truly be lurking in the deep, dark woods. My next step was clear. Reading files wasn't enough. I had to go there. The Muir-Dakantinai National Forest was beautiful in the way that truly wild places are vast, indifferent, ancient. Towering pines and firs formed a dense canopy that swallowed the sunlight, leaving the forest floor cool and perpetually dim, even at midday. The air was thick with the scent of damp earth, decaying leaves and pine resin. It was the kind of place people came to escape, to find peace. Lately, though, they were finding something else entirely. My license wasn't a sheriff, but the head ranger, a man named Marcus Thorne. Thorne looked like he'd been carved from the forest itself, weathered face, steady eyes that had seen too much, and hands calloused from decades of work. He met me at the main ranger station, a sturdy log building that felt like the last outpost of civilization before the wilderness truly took over. His handshake was firm, his welcome polite but wary. There was no skepticism in his eyes, only a grim sort of validation that the feds were finally taking this seriously. "Agent Parker," he said, his voice low and gravelly. "Appreciate you coming out. Coffee's hot. We can talk in my office." His office walls were covered in topographical maps plastered with pushpins. Red pins marked confirmed attack sites, animal and human. Yellow marked missing persons last seen within the park boundaries. Blue marked reported sightings or unsettling occurrences, equipment failure, strange noises, tracks. Looking at it, the sheer density of pins in certain areas, particularly the remote northern sector, was staggering. What looked random on paper coalesced into disturbing clusters on Thorne's map. "We call this stretch," Thorne said, tracing a finger along a winding river valley deep in the north, the corridor. "More incidents happen here than anywhere else combined. Doesn't matter the time of year, weather, smallest noises. It likes this place." He didn't just give me data, he gave me stories. The campers found inside a zipped tent, untouched supplies all around them, but torn apart with such ferocity the canvas walls were painted red. The experienced hunter who radiated in, whispering about being stalked by something tall that moved through the trees like smoke, only for his radio to go dead moments later. He was never found. The search party that discovered a deer carcass deliberately, almost ritualistically, hung by its hind legs from a high branch, far too high for any natural predator to reach. It learns. Agent, Thorne said, his gaze locked on mine. We set up trail cams. It avoids them or they malfunction. We organize search grids. It vanishes. It knows our patterns better than we know its. This isn't just some dumb beast. He slid a heavy-duty plastic evidence bag across the desk. Inside was a plaster cast of a footprint. It was huge, easily 15 inches long, matching the photos in the file of clawed toes, the distinct heel impression. Found near Miller's Creek 2 weeks ago, day after that couple went missing. No drag marks. No sign of a struggle. Just these prints leading away from their abandoned campsite, heading straight into the thickest brush. The next morning, Thorne took me out. We drove in a sturdy Park Service truck as far as the rough access road allowed, then set out on foot towards the edge of the corridor. Thorne carried a high-caliber rifle. I had my standard issue Sig Sauer P29, though against whatever made that footprint, it felt woefully inadequate. The silence in the deep woods wasn't peaceful. It was heavy, watchful. Every snap of a twig underfoot, every rustle of leaves in the canopy sounded unnaturally loud. The feeling of being observed was palpable, a prickling sensation on the back of my neck that no amount of training could dismiss. My Bayou instincts were screaming, but not in the usual way. I wasn't analyzing a human psyche. I was trying to comprehend an environment that felt actively hostile, permeated by an intelligence that was alien and predatory. We reached the area where the couple's campsite had been found. It was disturbingly pristine, apart from an over-chunking pot and a scattering of playing cards. Thorne pointed out where the tent had been, even the smallest noises, the faint outline still visible in the flattened grass. Then he showed me the tracks he'd cast. They started abruptly, right at the edge of the clearing, as if the creature had simply materialized there. They led, as he'd said, directly into a near impenetrable wall of thorny undergrowth. No broken branches, no trampled vegetation beyond the prints themselves. It was physically impossible for something that large to move through there without leaving more of a trace. As I knelt, examining the edge of the brush, Thorne suddenly tensed, raising his rifle slightly. "Hear that?" he whispered. I strained my ears. At first, nothing but the wind sighing through the pines. Then, faint but distinct, a low clicking sound, rhythmic, almost like oversized insect mandibles. It seemed to come from the dense woods just ahead of us, maybe 50 yards in. It stopped. The silence pressed in again, heavier than before. Then, a single, heavy thump echoed through the trees, like something massive landing softly on the forest floor. We didn't speak. We backed away slowly, deliberately, never turning our backs to the woods. The feeling of being watched intensified, morphing into a certainty. It was there. Close, letting us know it knew we were there. My hand rested on the grip of my pistol, my heart hammering against my ribs. All my analytical skills, my profiling techniques, felt useless. This wasn't a subject I could interview or whose background I could research. This was an apex predator of a kind we had no framework for, operating in its own territory, by its own rules. Back in the truck, the tension slowly eased, but the unease lingered. Thorne drove in silence for a while, then spoke without looking at me. "Happens sometimes. Lets you know it's around. Sometimes it does more." Later that evening, back at the ranger station, I pored over the maps again, cross-referencing dates, times, locations, and the specific nature of the incidents. The missing persons, the mutilated animals, the tracks appearing out of nowhere, the equipment malfunctions, the corridor. It wasn't random. There was a pattern, but it wasn't based on typical predatory needs. It seemed almost territorial, but in a way that defied simple geography. The incidents often spiked after major search efforts or increased ranger patrols in a specific area, almost like pushback, like retaliation. And then there was the folklore Thorne had reluctantly shared, old Native American legends from the tribes that used to inhabit this valley. Stories of a shapeshifter, a spirit of the deep woods, neither man nor wolf, a guardian that could be benevolent but turn malevolent when disrespected or encroached upon. They called it Shunka Warakin, or something similar. The name varied between tribes. A creature that walked on two legs, with the head of a wolf and an unnatural cunning. Dismissed for generations as superstition. But looking at the map, looking at the evidence, hearing that clicking sound, that soft landing in the woods, the line between folklore and profiling report was becoming terrifyingly blurred. This creature wasn't just hiding in the forest. It felt like it was the forest in some ancient, predatory way. It knew we were here investigating. It had watched us today, and the distinct impression I got was not one of fear, but of cold, calculating assessment. We were the intruders, and it was deciding what to do with us. The profile was starting to form, but it wasn't of an animal. It was of something that understood us, perhaps better than we understood ourselves, and held nothing but contempt. Weeks bled into one another at the ranger station. Sleep offered little respite, haunted by fleeting images of elongated shadows and glowing eyes, by the memory of that guttural, clicking sound. My days were spent poring over Thorne's maps, rereading decades-old incident reports, and venturing out on short, tense patrols, never alone, never far from the relative safety of the station. The line between professional detachment and raw, primal fear had ceased to exist. The forest no longer felt like just trees and earth. It felt like a sentient entity, and we were trespassers in its predatory heart. My profile of the creature grew stranger, less grounded in behavioral science and more in impossibility. It wasn't just intelligent, it seemed almost precognitive, anticipating our moves. It wasn't just strong, reports hinted at abilities that defied physics, impossible speed, unnatural silence, perhaps even limited shape-shifting. If the most outlandish accounts held any truth, the corridor remained the focus. It wasn't just a hunting ground, it felt like a larder, or maybe a nest. The disappearances weren't random, they were selective. Hikers, campers, yes, but also researchers, surveyors, anyone who spent too much time probing the secrets of that specific valley. It wasn't just killing, it felt like it was weeding its garden. Thorne and I knew we couldn't continue like this. Passive observation yielded nothing but mounting dread. The disappearances would continue, the creature would remain a ghost, and my report would be filed away as inconclusive, another X-file for the Bureau's basement. We needed proof. Something undeniable. Something that would force those higher up the chain to acknowledge the reality of what lurked in these woods. Against my better judgment and Thorne's deep-seated reluctance, we devised a plan. A stupid, desperate plan born from weeks of fear and frustration. We decided to enter the corridor, deliberately making our presence known. We wouldn't sneak, we would practically announce ourselves. We'd carry standard gear, but also specialized recording equipment, high-resolution thermal cameras, parabolic microphones, EMF detectors based on the recurring reports of electronic malfunctions. We weren't hunting it, we were offering ourselves as bait, hoping to lure it into a position where we could capture definitive evidence of its existence. We chose a location deep within the valley, near a series of small caves mentioned in some older, obscure reports Thorne had unearthed places local tribes had historically avoided, calling them taboo. The hike-in was the longest of my life. Every shadow seemed to move, every sound felt like a prelude. The air grew heavy, charged with static electricity that made the hairs on my arms stand on end. Our radios crackled intermittently, spitting bursts of white noise. As we neared the caves, the forest fell utterly silent. No bird sing, no insect buzz, just the sound of our own breathing and the crunch of our boots on the trail. We set up near the largest cave entrance, partially obscured by ancient gnarled roots. Thermal camera mounted, microphones active. We waited. Hours passed. The sun began to dip below the ridgeline, painting the sky in hues of orange and blood red, casting long, distorted shadows through the trees. The temperature dropped. Then, the clicking started. Louder this time, closer. Not from the cave, but from the dense woods behind us. Thorne gripped his rifle, his knuckles white. I drew my SIG, flicking the safety off. The thermal camera whirred, panning automatically towards the sound. on the smallest noises. On the small monitor, a heat signature flickered into view, large, man-shaped, but distorted, moving with impossible speed between the trees, circling us. A low growl rumbled through the twilight, vibrating in my chest cavity. It wasn't the sound of any wolf or bear I'd ever heard. It was deeper, laced with a chilling intelligence, a promise of violence. And then it stepped out from behind a massive pine, perhaps 30 yards away. My breath hitched. The files, the drawings, the eyewitness accounts hadn't done it justice. It stood easily 7, maybe 8 feet tall, lean but powerfully muscled, covered in thick matted grayish-brown fur. Its legs were digitigrade, like a wolf's, ending in large, clawed feet. Its arms were long, tipped with vicious black claws like obsidian shards. But the head was the worst. A nightmarish fusion of canine and something horrifically other. Elongated muzzle filled with yellowed fangs, pointed ears, but the eyes glowed with a faint, internal yellow light. They weren't animal eyes. They were intelligent, ancient, and filled with pure, unadulterated malice. It looked right at me, and it smiled, the lipless pulling back of its muzzle that exposed rows of razor-sharp teeth. Time seemed to slow. I saw Thorn raise his rifle, heard the deafening crack as he fired. The bullet hit the creature square in the chest with a wet thud. It staggered back, roared a sound of pain and fury that shook the very ground but didn't fall. Dark, viscous fluid oozed from the wound, but it straightened up, its glowing eyes fixed on Thorn. It moved then, faster than anything that large should move. A blur of fur and claws. Thorn fired again, but the creature swiped, a casual back-end that sent the heavy rifle flying from his grasp like a twig. It lunged, not at Thorn, but towards the camera equipment, tearing it from its tripod with a shriek of rending metal. I fired my pistol 1, 2, 3 shots into its flank. It barely seemed to notice, turning its terrifying head towards me, the growl deepening. This was it. My profile, my analysis useless against this reality. It took a step towards me. Parker, now! Thorn yelled, scrambling backwards the cave entrance. Instinct took over. I turned and ran, blindly following Thorn into the oppressive darkness of the cave mouth. Behind us, I heard a sound that wasn't a growl or a roar, but that low, rasping laughter heard on the hiker's recording. It wasn't pursuing us. It had made its point. It had destroyed the evidence, asserted its dominance. It was letting us go, or perhaps saving us for later. We stumbled out of a different, smaller exit on the far side of the ridge hours later, scratched, bruised, the smallest noises. Thorn nursing a possibly broken wrist where the rifle had been torn away. We didn't speak until we reached the truck, driving back to the station under the cold light of the moon, the silence punctuated only by the crackle of the radio finally, mockingly, kicking back to life. My report to Quantico was heavily redacted, even by my own hand. I mentioned an unidentified predator, inconclusive evidence, the need for further ecological study. I couldn't write the truth. How do you report encountering something that bleeds, but doesn't fall? That seems to think, to plan, to hate. How do you profile a legend that steps out of the darkness and smiles at you before destroying your attempts to prove its existence? They pulled me from the assignment. Officially, the case remains open but inactive. Unofficially, I think they knew I was compromised, that I'd seen something I couldn't explain within their parameters. Thorn still works there. We talk sometimes. His voice is quieter now. I'm back at Quantico, analyzing human monsters again, but it feels different. Trivial, almost. Because I know what's really out there in the deep, quiet places of the world. That creature, the dogman, Shunka Warakin, whatever name you give it, is still there in its corridor, watching, waiting. It's not an animal. It's something else. Something ancient, intelligent, and infinitely patient. And it remembers me. Sometimes, late at night, when the wind howls just right, I think I hear that clicking sound, faint and far away. Or maybe it's just the settling of the house. Maybe. Some doors are best left unopened. Some forests are best left unexplored. Trust me on this. I was sent to profile a monster. Instead, I found proof that not all monsters are human. And the real ones, they don't need to hide in the shadows. They own them. They call me Bishop. It's not a title I chose, nor one I particularly relish, but it stuck somewhere along the line. It started as a cynical joke, I think. From the smallest noises, I'm some G-man who found my line of work ludicrous. Now it's just the handle they use when the phone rings at an ungodly hour and the voice on the other end sounds strained, trying to maintain composure while describing that shattered their neatly ordered world. I'm an spiritual advisor of sorts. Consultant is the official sanitizes and sanitized term they use in hush briefings and redacted reports. When patrol officers encounter things that leave claw marks on reinforced steel, I could even the smallest noises. When seasoned detectives find crime scenes devoid of forensic evidence but thick with an almost palpable dread, even the smallest noises, when rational explanations evaporate like morning mist leaving only the impossible staring back at, that's when they call me. My background isn't in theology or parapsychology, not formally anyway. It's more been inherited. A sensitivity, a knowledge passed down through generations that dealt with the shadowed corners of the world, the things that lurk just beyond the campfire light. The government, despite its public facade of staunch materialism, knows these things exist. They have to. Too many inexplicable events. Too many agents lost or driven mad in places where logic fears to tread. They don't like admitting it, hence my unofficial status and the layers of plausible deniability thicker than Kevlar. They want answers, but only answers that fit their pre-approved narratives. Usually, I can give them something, a localized phenomenon, a residual psychic imprint, sometimes even a cleverly staged hoax designed to prey on superstition. It allows them to close the file, stamp it explained, and sleep at night. This time was different. The call came from a liaison I hadn't dealt with often, a stern woman named Agent Carter, usually assigned to domestic terrorism. Her voice lacked its usual clipped efficiency. There was a tremor beneath the surface, a thread of something close to fear. Bishop. She started skipping the usual pleasantries. We have a situation. Remote area. National park jurisdiction, but it's escalating. Escalating how? I asked, already feeling that familiar cold knot tighten in my gut. It's the feeling I get when the world tilts slightly off its axis. Disappearances, initially dismissed as hikers getting lost. Thing mutilations, animal mostly, deer, livestock from nearby farms. Brutal, unnatural, tracks found that don't match any known fauna. Eyewitness accounts. She paused, hesitant. They're calling it the Dogman. Dogman. The name itself is almost comically B-movie, something whispered around campfires or featured on crackpot websites. But Carter's tone wasn't dismissive. It was deadly serious. The Rangers are spooked Bishop. She continued. Good people, experienced woodsmen. They're refusing patrols in certain sectors after dark. One veteran ranger, he discharged his weapon at something last week. Emptied his entire magazine. Swears it was tall, bipedal, covered in fur, with canine features. It just absorbed the bullets and vanished into the trees. I remained silent, letting the implications sink in. Bullets having no effect. That moved things significantly up the scale of concern. We've had teams sweep the area, Carter said, anticipating my questions. Thermal, sonar, aerial surveillance. Nothing definitive. Just anomalies. Cold spots on thermal where there shouldn't be. Distorted audio recordings. Footprints that appear and disappear on solid rock. And you want me Togwa, exercise the park. I asked, my voice drier than I felt. We need an assessment, she replied curtly. The official request is for you to evaluate potential unusual environmental factors or psychological stressors affecting personnel. Unofficially, her voice dropped lower. They want you to assess the possibility of I's supernatural element. Determine what we're dealing with. Is it hysteria? A bear? Or something else? Something else. That's always the kicker. I understand, I said. Send me the coordinates and rendezvous details. The location was deep within the sprawling wilderness of the Allegheny National Forest. Miles of dense, old-growth forest, steep ravines and shadowed hollows where sunlight struggled to penetrate even at midday. The kind of place where folklore felt less like quaint stories and more like historical record. As my nondescript sedan ate up the miles, the sense of encroaching unease grew. The air itself seemed heavier, charged with static electricity. The trees pressed close to the road, their branches like skeletal fingers, their leaves whispering secrets the wind couldn't quite carry away. My rendezvous point was a remote ranger station, little more than a log cabin reinforced with modern security measures that looked jarringly out of place. Agent Carter was waiting, along with a man introduced as Chief Ranger Davies. Davies looked like he'd been carved from the forest itself, weathered face, steady eyes, but the strain was evident. His handshake was firm, but his skin was cold. "Appreciate you coming, Bishop," Davies said, his voice raspy. "Never thought I'd see the day we needed, well, your kind of expertise." "Sometimes the map doesn't match the territory, Chief Ranger," I replied evenly. Inside, the station buzzed with a low, tense energy. Maps were spread across tables, marked with locations of sightings, disappearances, and the strange tracks. Photos showed the gruesome remains of animals, torn apart with savage force far exceeding that of any bear or coyote. They showed the footprints huge, elongated prints with distinct claw marks. I bear even the small oises, resembling something canine, yet clearly belonging to a creature that walked upright. Carter got straight to the point. The working theory among the higher-ups leans towards an undocumented predator, possibly a mutated bear or wolf hybrid, combined with mass hysteria fueled by local legends. Davies snorted softly, missed noises. "With respect, Agent, I've spent 30 years in these woods. I know bears, I know wolves. What my men have seen, what I've heard echoing through the valleys at night, that ain't no bear." I spent some time examining the photos, the maps, listening to the hushed, fragmented accounts from rangers who drifted in and out. The fear was real, tangible. But beneath it, there was something else. A profound sense of violation, as if the natural order they understood so intimately had been fundamentally broken. Later that evening, as dusk began to bleed through the trees, casting long, distorted shadows, I asked Carter and Davies the question that had been forming in my mind. These legends, the dogman stories in this region, how old are they? Davies looked at Carter, then back at me. Older than the Park Service, older than the logging camps. The Native American tribes that lived here, they had stories. Warnings about a spirit of the deep woods, a guardian that turned malevolent, something you didn't trespass against. He leaned forward, his eyes dark. They didn't call it dogman. They called it something else. Something that translates roughly Tob, the hunger that walks. A chill, colder than the evening air, traced its way down my spine. I stepped outside, away from the electric lights, into the deepening twilight. The forest wasn't just quiet, it was unnaturally still. No birdsong, no insect hum, just a heavy, watchful silence. And as I stood there, peering into the impenetrable darkness gathering beneath the ancient trees, I felt it. A presence, immense, ancient, and deeply, profoundly wrong. Carter and the others could cling to their theories of bears and hysteria. But I knew what they didn't want to hear. This wasn't just an unknown animal. This was something ancient, something evil. And it was aware we were here. My assessment was just beginning, but the conclusion was already chillingly clear. This noises. The confirmation that we were dealing with something beyond the scope of park bulletins and missing person reports didn't bring relief, only a heavier weight. The silence of the forest wasn't peaceful. It was the held breath before a predator strikes. My first task was to walk the ground, to feel the lines of energy, the currents of wrongness that permeated certain areas like a psychic stain. Agent Carter, ever the pragmatist, assigned 2 rangers to accompany me, ostensibly for safety, but I suspected it was also for observation. Their names were Miller and Chen. Miller was young, barely out of training, his eyes wide with a mixture of fear and morbid curiosity. Chen was older, noises, quieter, his face etched with awareness that spoke of too many strange nights in these woods. We started at the site of the most recent sighting, even the smallest noises, where the veteran ranger had emptied his sidearm at the creature. The clearing was unremarkable at first glance, pine needles thick underfoot, shafts of weak sunlight filtering through the canopy. But the air was different here, colder, still. My breath plumed visibly despite the mild temperature. There were no shell casings, Forensics had meticulously collected those, but the trees bore the marks. Gouges in the bark, and possibly high up, that weren't made by bullets. They were deep, splintering wounds, as if something immensely strong had raked its claws down the trunks. But what struck me most was the feeling. A residue of primal terror lingered, sharp and acrid like ozone after a lightning strike. Miller kept glancing nervously into the dense undergrowth, his hand hovering near his holstered weapon. Chen simply stood, his gaze distant, scanning the canopy. "You feel it, don't you?" I asked Chen quietly, stepping away from the marked trees. He nodded slowly, not meeting my eyes. "It watches. Always. You learn to feel it on your skin after a while." Later, back at the station, I reviewed the ranger's initial report. He described the creature's eyes glowing with a faint, internal luminescence like dying embers. He mentioned a guttural clicking sound just before it emerged, and a low, subsonic growl that seemed to vibrate in his bones, rather than just his ears. Most disturbingly, he insisted that when his bullet struck its torso, there was no impact sound, no reaction. Just that awful, silent absorption before it turned and melted back into the impenetrable woods. My next step was to delve into the history Ranger Davies had mentioned, the hunger that walks. Carter, surprisingly, facilitated access to park archives and some restricted anthropological surveys conducted decades ago. Tucked away in dusty files and microfiche were fragmented references, often dismissed by researchers as primitive superstition. The accounts varied slightly among different tribal groups that had once inhabited the region, but the core elements remained terrifyingly consistent. They spoke of a powerful spirit, neither man nor beast, bound to the deepest, oldest parts of the forest. It wasn't always hostile, some accounts suggested, acting more as a grim guardian. But certain things could provoke its wrath: excessive intrusion, disrespect for the land, the spilling of blood, or perhaps cycles tied to celestial events nobody remembered anymore. When angered, it became a relentless hunter, driven by an insatiable need that went beyond mere physical hunger. The legends described its victims not just being killed, but consumed body and, some whispered, soul. One chilling fragment simply read, "It leaves nothing behind, not even bones for the earth to reclaim." The term, dogman, I realized, was a modern, inadequate label for something far older and more complex. It wasn't just an animal, it was a force, an embodiment of the wild's most ancient, predatory nature, twisted into something malevolent. The reports mentioned rituals, specific places to be avoided, offerings that were sometimes made to appease it. But the knowledge was incomplete, fractured by time and the deliberate suppression of native cultures. Armed with this fragmented lore, I focused my walks on areas mentioned in the old texts, ridges overlooking deep hollows, ancient groves where the trees seemed unnaturally large and twisted, creek beds known for sudden, chilling fogs. Chen and Miller still accompanied me, their presence a small comfort against the oppressive weight of the forest. It was during one of these excursions, tracing a barely their game trail near a place the old maps called Shadow Creek, that we found something new. Not footprints this time, but markings. Strange symbols carved into the bark of several boundary trees, forming a rough perimeter. They weren't animal scratches. They were deliberate, almost geometric, yet unlike any Native American symbols I recognized. They felt wrong. Looking at them made my teeth ache, and a wave of nausea washed over me. "What the hell is that?" Miller breathed, taking a step back. Chen shone his flashlight on one. "New," he stated flatly. "Wasn't here last week." As Chen examined the markings, I felt it again, the intense pressure of being watched, but closer this time. The air grew heavy, thick with the smell of damp earth, decay, and something else of a rank, canine or overlaid with a coppery tang that could only be old blood. A twig snapped sharply in the dense woods just beyond the creek. Miller spun around, flashlight beam cutting wildly through the undergrowth. Chen drew his service pistol, his movements economical and practiced. "Identify yourself," Chen called out, his voice tight. Silence. Utter, complete silence. Even the normal nighttime sounds of the forest seemed to have ceased, holding their breath along with us. Then, from the darkness across the creek, came a sound that wasn't a growl, wasn't a howl, but something horribly in between. A drawn-out, guttural vocalization that seemed to tear its way out of a through not designed for it. It was filled with pain, rage, and that insatiable hunger the legends described. It resonated deep in my chest, vibrating through bone, triggering a primal fear that bypassed thought entirely. Miller whimpered, backing away. Chen stood his ground, but I could see the tremor in his hands. The sound faded, replaced by the heavy tread of something bipedal moving swiftly away through the undergrowth, snapping branches as it went. It wasn't running from us. It felt like it was circling, defining its territory, letting us know we were trespassers. We retreated back to the station, the silence between us thick with unspoken terror. I reported the incident and the markings to Carter. She listened impassively, her expression unreadable, but the slight tightening around her eyes told me she was processing it, even if she couldn't accept it. Markings, a howl, she said, attempting skepticism. Could be cult activity, poachers trying to scare off rangers. The feeling in that clearing, Agent Carter. The cold, the ranger who emptied his weapon at it. The sound we heard tonight. I countered, leaning forward. This isn't human. It isn't an animal we understand. This is what the old legends warned about. The hunger that walks. It's territorial, intelligent, and powerful. And those markings weren't a warning off. They were marking us. Before Carter could reply, the radio on Davy's desk crackled to life. It was a panicked voice, breaking protocol, choked with static and fear. Ranger Station, this is Patrol Unit 4 requesting immediate backup, McCabe. Oh God, it's got McCabe! It's dragging him away! The cant sound of distorted screaming, then abrupt silence. The blood drained from Davy's face. Carter grabbed the radio, shouting codes, demanding locations, her professional mask finally cracking. Miller looked like he was going to be sick. Chen just closed his eyes for a brief moment. The hunger that walks wasn't just a legend anymore. It wasn't just mutilating animals or leaving strange tracks. It had taken one of them, and we were trapped here in its territory under the shadow of an ancient evil that was now actively hunting. My assessment was over. The nightmare had truly begun. The garbled cry over the radio shattered the station's tense atmosphere into jagged shards of panic and grim purpose. Ranger McCabe wasn't just a name on a roster, he was one of them. Davies slammed his fist on the map table, his face a mask of fury and fear. Give me coordinates! Now! Mobilize search and rescue protocols! Carter was already rattling off orders into the radio, her voice regained its steely edge, but her eyes betrayed the shock. Miller stumbled back, gagging, while Chen checked his sidearm and grabbed a high-powered rifle from the rack, his movements precise, almost mechanical, like a man preparing for the inevitable. Search and rescue isn't enough, I stated, cutting through the noise. This isn't a lost hiker scenario. It took him. It's hunting. Davies turned to me, his eyes pleading and desperate. What do we do, Bishop? You understand this thing. We go prepared. I said, my mind racing through the fragmented lore, the Ranger's accounts, the feeling of the entity's presence. Conventional weapons had little effect. It seems to absorb impact, but it reacted to something maybe not the bullets themselves, but the intent, the aggression. The legends mentioned fire, certain sounds, maybe symbols, but they were vague. Our best bet is numbers, high-intensity light, and noise, and we need to go towards Shadow Creek. Those markings, the energy there, that's its heartland. Carter, overriding standard procedure without hesitation, authorized a heavily armed team. Davies, Chen, Miller, and visibly terrified, but refusing to stay behind, Carter herself, and me. We piled into 2 reinforced Park Service trucks, equipped with floodlights, rifles, shotguns loaded with slugs, and flares. The drive was a blur of adrenaline and dread, the headlights cutting feeble tunnels through the oppressive darkness. The forest seemed to press in, swallowing the sound of the engines. To bear even the noises, the very air crackling with malevolent energy. We reached the end of the navigable track near Shadow Creek and disembarked, the sudden silence amplifying the frantic pounding of my own heart. High-powered beams sliced through the trees, revealing a world drained of color, rendered in stark whites and deep, dancing shadows. Chen, a natural woodsman despite his fear, noises, picked up the trail almost immediately. Not footprints this time, but signs of passage, broken branches too high for a man, disturbed earth, and intermittent drops of something dark that glistened wetly in the beams. McCabe's trail, and the trail of the thing that took him. The forest grew colder, the rank, bloody smell intensified. We found McCabe's dropped radio, its casing cracked. A little further, his hat lay trampled in the mud. The trail led directly towards the creek bed, where we'd heard the howl earlier, towards the trees bearing those disturbing alien symbols. As we approached, a low growl echoed from the darkness ahead, the same bone vibrating sound from before, but closer, laced with possessive fury. "Lights! Form a perimeter!" Carter commanded, her voice tight. Floodlights flared, pushing back the darkness, and then we saw it. Unfolding itself from the shadows, beneath the symbol-marked trees, was the source of the terror. It was huge, easily 8, maybe 9 feet tall, standing on powerful, digitigrade legs like a wolf's. Yet its torso and arms were disturbingly humanoid, corded with unnatural muscle beneath coarse dark fur. Its hands ended in thick, black claws like obsidian knives. But the head was the worst. A nightmarish fusion, elongated muzzle filled with yellowed fangs, yet set with eyes that glowed with a dim, hateful intelligence. It wasn't just a beast, it was a violation. It held McCabe's limp form effortlessly in one massive arm, his ranger jacket torn, his face unseen. The creature's glowing eyes fixed on us, and the growl intensified, a sound that promised annihilation. "McCabe! Miss Hep!" Davies choked out. There was no response from the ranger. The creature let out a deafening roar, a sound that physically buffeted us, and took a step forward. "Fire!" Carter screamed. The night erupted in muzzle flashes. Rifles cracked, shotguns boomed. Slugs tore through the air, striking the creature's chest and limbs. But just as the ranger had described, it barely flinched. The fur seemed to ripple, the bullets either vanishing into its hide or deflecting with dull thuds. It lowered McCabe's body almost contemptuously to the ground and charged. It moved with terrifying speed, closing the distance in bounding leaps. Miller screamed and fired wildly. Chen stood his ground, aiming carefully, but his shots had no more effect than anyone else's. It swiped at Miller, sending him flying back against a tree with a sickening crunch. "Fall back! Flares!" I yelled, remembering the vague references to fire and light. Davies fumbled with a flare gun fired. The red magnesium star burst overhead, bathing the scene in harsh, flickering light. The creature paused, blinking, letting out an enraged, hissing snarl. It seemed disoriented, confused by the intense, unnatural light. "More flares! Keep it lit!" Carter ordered, firing another. Under the stark glare, I saw the symbols on the nearby trees again. An idea sparked, born of desperation and fragmented lore. "The symbols? Shoot the symbols? Maybe it was suggestion." Maybe blind luck, but Chen, Davies, and Carter turned their fire towards the markings carved into the bark. As bullets shredded the symbols, the creature let out a shriek, a high-pitched sound of agony and fury completely unlike its previous growls. It clutched its head, staggering back, the glowing embers in its eyes flaring painfully bright. It glanced at us, smallest noises, then at the damaged symbols, then back towards the deep woods from whence it came. With another guttural howl, it turned and bounded away, vanishing into the darkness beyond the flare light with astonishing speed, leaving McCabe's body behind. We approached cautiously. Davies knelt beside his fallen ranger, checking for a pulse, then slowly shook his head, his face crumpling. McCabe was gone. Miller was alive, miraculously, but his arm was broken, and he was lapsing into shock. The retrieval was somber, the journey back conducted in near silence, punctuated only by Miller's pained groans. The oppressive presence in the forest had lessened, retreated, but it hadn't vanished. It felt like a bruise, a lingering taint. Back at the station, the official wheels began to turn. Carter made clipped calls, mentioning animal attacks, requesting medevac for Miller, initiating procedures designed to contain and obfuscate. I sat down with her and Davies, the adrenaline fading, leaving behind exhaustion and a chilling certainty. So, Bishop, Carter said, her voice flat, devoid of emotion. Your final assessment. I looked her straight in the eye. You're not dealing with an animal. You're not dealing with hysteria or cultists. Ranger Davies' ancestors called it the hunger that walks for a reason. It's an ancient entity, intrinsically tied to the specific region, possibly awakened or provoked big something. Increased human activity, maybe. Or maybe it's just its time again. Conventional methods won't stop it. Killing it might be impossible. At best, we drove it back, hurt it perhaps by damaging whatever connection those symbols represented. But it's still out there. I leaned forward. I told them what they didn't want to hear. This was something ancient, something evil. You need to recommend containment. Restrict access to the Shadow Creek area indefinitely. Maintain patrols, yes, but armed with more than just bullets. High-intensity light, sonic emitters tuned to specific frequencies. Perhaps even research into the symbols and potential countermeasures based on the real local history, not the sanitized version. Carter listened, her face unreadable. My report will reflect an unfortunate incident involving an unidentified, aggressive animal predator. Ranger McCabe died heroically. Ranger Miller was injured. The area will be temporarily restricted pending further zoological study. Plausible deniability, bureaucratic neatness. Exactly what I expected. They would file it, classify it, and even the noises, and hope it went away. But it wouldn't. As I drove away from the Allegheny National Forest the next morning, leaving behind the grieving rangers and the government agents, already spinning their palatable narrative, I felt the forest watching me go. The chill hadn't left my bones. In my rearview mirror, the trees seemed darker, the shadows deeper. McCabe was dead. Miller was traumatized. Chen and Davies would forever carry the knowledge of what truly lurked in their woods. And the hunger that walked sick, it was wounded, perhaps angered, certainly. But it was patient. It had been there for centuries, maybe millennia. It could wait. And somewhere, deep in those ancient woods, under trees marked with symbols none now understood, it was waiting, and it was hungry. My job was done, the file likely closed. But I knew, with icy certainty, this wasn't the end of the story. Not by a long shot. My name is Daniel Blackwood, or at least, that's the name etched onto the tarnished brass plaque that used to sit on my desk back at the ranger station in Redwood National and State Parks. Now, it sits in a dusty box somewhere in storage, a relic of a life that feels like it belonged to someone else entirely. Most folks out here, the few who dare tread the deeper trails, smallest noises, just call me Blackwood, or sometimes in hushed tones when they think I can't hear, the Shadow Ranger. They don't know the half of it. They see the weathered face, its noises, the eyes that have stared into depths they comprehend, the way I move through the undergrowth like I was born of it. They don't see the fire banked deep inside, the cold, heart of grief and rage that fuels every step I take. I spent 15 years wearing the uniform, breathing the scent of pine and damp earth until it was part of my soul. 15 years learning the language of the forests, the snap of a twig that signals deer versus something heavier, the shift in birdsong that warns of a predator, the smallest noises, the subtle displacement of leaves that marks a path unseen by civilian eyes. I learned how to track a wounded buck for miles, how to build a shelter with nothing my knife, and what the forest offered, how to navigate by the stars when the canopy blotted out the sun. I learned first aid, enough to patch up a hiker who'd taken a nasty fall or stabilize someone until proper help could arrive. I learned firearms too, not just the standard issue sighty arm, but the heavy caliber rifle needed for deterrence. We called them deterrents. Problem bears, unusually aggressive mountain lions. That's what the official report said. Sometimes, deep in the backcountry, far from the paved loops and designated campsites, you found things the reports didn't cover. Things that left tracks that didn't match any known fauna, things that whispered on the wind in voices that weren't quite human. Most rangers learn to ignore it, to rationalize. A trick of the light, wind whistling through rocks, an unknown animal. You file the weirdness away, focus on the lost tourists and the illegal campfires. I learned too. but I also learned to listen, to see. The reserves, the deep wilderness, they hone senses you didn't know you had. They teach you a different kind of respect, a different kind of fear. Tom understood. Thomas Riley, my best friend since we were kids, chasing frogs in creeks miles away from any towering redwood. We both felt the pull of the wild, the call of something ancient and untamed. It was inevitable we end up rangers together, stationed just a few miles apart, sharing beers after long shifts, swapping stories of near misses and strange encounters. He was the yin to my yang, gregarious where I was quiet, quick with a joke where I was prone to brooding. But beneath the easygoing exterior, Tom had the same steel core, the same deep understanding of the woods. He saw the shadows too, even if he preferred to laugh them off most of the time. He was good, damn good. Maybe better than me at reading people, calming down panicked hikers, mediating disputes between campers. But I was the better tracker, the one who could disappear into the trees and reappear miles away without a sound. We covered each weaknesses, a perfect team. Then came the Whisper's last fall. Strange things happening up near the Devil's Backbone Ridge, a notoriously rugged and seldom visited area even by seasoned backpackers. Hikers going missing, not just lost, but vanished. Search parties finding nothing, not even a scrap of fabric, not a footprint that couldn't be explained away. Then, the animal carcasses started appearing. Deer, elk, even a bear once, found dismantled. Not fed upon in the usual predator way, but torn apart with a violence that spoke less of hunger and more of sheer, brutal rage. The official line was poachers, or maybe a diseased predator acting erratically. We knew better. Tom and I hiked up there off-duty a couple of times. We found tracks that made the hair on our necks stand on end, too large, too deep with a gait that felt wrong. We heard sounds at night, guttural clicks and low growls that echoed strangely through the canyons, seeming to come from everywhere at once. Tom was scheduled for a multi-day patrol up that way. Standard procedure: check the remote trails, look for any signs, post warnings. We talked the night before he left. He was apprehensive, more so than I'd ever seen him. He joked about packing extra silver bullets, a running gag we had after watching one too many bad horror movies. But underneath the joke, I saw the tension in his jaw, the flicker of unease in his eyes. I told him to be careful, to pull back if things felt off. "Always do, Danny, always do," he'd said, clapping me on the shoulder with that familiar grin. Someone's got to keep these woods safe from Bigfoot, right? He was supposed to check in via radio every 12 hours. The first call came through fine. The second was overdue. By hour 18, I knew. That cold dread that starts in your gut and crawls up your spine, I knew. Protocol dictated we wait 24 hours before mounting a search. Protocol be damned. I gathered my gear, the gear not issued by the Park Service, my old hunting rifle, the heavy one, the custom knife my grandfather made, enough supplies to stay out for a week. I didn't tell anyone where I was going. I just went. I found him 3 days later, or what was left of him, near the base of a waterfall, hidden in a dense thicket of ferns and thorns, as if whatever did it had tried to obscure its work. The official report, the one I filed before I walked away from my badge for good, used vague terms. Animal attack. Extensive trauma. It didn't mention the way the clearing looked like a bomb had gone off. Trees scarred, rocks overturned. It didn't mention the sheer impossibility of the scene. The way Tom, a man who could handle himself against almost anything the woods could throw at him, had been annihilated. Ripped to shreds doesn't even begin to cover it. It was methodical, hateful, an execution. That night, kneeling beside the tattered remains of my best friend, something inside me broke. Or maybe it forged itself into something new, something harder and colder. The grief was a physical blow, but beneath it, an ember of pure, undiluted fury ignited. I looked at the unnatural tracks leading away from the scene, tracks I recognized from our earlier scouting trip, and I swore an oath. Not to God, not to any justice system, but to Tom, noises, and to the blood-soaked earth beneath my knees. I would find what did this. I would use every skill honed over 15 years in the reserves. Every bit of knowledge gleaned from the whispers and shadows the official books ignored. This wasn't about justice anymore. This was vengeance. The government didn't ask me to join this hunt. They don't even officially acknowledge the need for one. They couldn't have stopped me if they tried. My ranger training taught me survival. Tom's death taught me purpose. I am Daniel Blackwood, and my hunt has begun. Weeks bled into months. Autumn's chill deepened, stripping the aspens bare and leaving a carpet of brittle leaves that crunched underfoot, broadcasting my movements more than I liked. Winter threatened, promising snow that could both help and hinder my hunt, preserving tracks, but also making survival that much harder. I moved through the Devil's Backbone Ridge area like a ghost, living off the land, my senses stretched taut, filtering the forest's usual symphony for the discordant note. I was hunting. Tracking a deer or even a bear is child's play compared to this. Normal animals leave consistent signs: scat, prints, browse marks, bedding areas. They follow predictable patterns driven by instincting food, water, shelter, safety. This thing, it was different. The tracks I'd found near Tom's remains were the starting point. Bipedal, mostly, but far too large, with an unnaturally long stride and impressions too deep for any known creature's weight. Sometimes, inexplicably, the tracks would shift, devolving into something closer to a four-legged gait, heavy knuckles dragging through the loam, before reverting back to two legs. And then there were the moments when they would simply stop, mid-stride on open ground, as if the creature had vanished into thin air. No broken branches above, no disturbed earth around. Just gone. My ranger training screamed impossibility. My gut, hardened by grief and fury, told me to trust what I saw. I learned to look for other signs. Trees scarred unnaturally high, bark shredded not by claws, but seemingly by something immensely strong and jagged. Rocks overturned that would take several men to budge. And the silence. Sometimes I'd enter a stretch of woods, and everything would just fall silent. Not the watchful quiet of a predator nearby, where birds might still chirp warnings, but a dead, oppressive silence, like the forest itself was holding its breath in terror. In those moments, the air grew heavy, cold, tasting metallic on my tongue. I knew it was close. I found other kill sites. Mostly animals, deer and elk, torn apart with the same sickening blend of fury and precision I'd seen with Tom. But twice, I found evidence of human victims. A shredded backpack near a cliff edge, its contents scattered, smelling faintly of decay and something else, something acrid and wrong. Further north, near an old, abandoned prospector's cabin, I found a single hiking boot, laces still tied, with the splintered remains of bone inside. No other trace. Vanished like the others the papers had mentioned before they lost interest. Each discovery was like twisting the knife Tom's death had left in my chest, but it also stoked the fire, hardening my resolve. The isolation gnawed at me. Days turned into nights, turned into days. The only voices were the wind, the animals, and the low murmur of my own thoughts, which often circled back to Tom, to the plans we'd had, the life stolen from him. Paranoia became a constant companion. Every shadow seemed to shift unnaturally in my peripheral vision. Every unexplained sound, a branch cracking in the distance, the rustle of leaves just out of sight made me spin, rifle ready. Was it watching me? Tracking the tracker, the thought was chilling. An animal hunts out of need. This felt personal. The way the tracks sometimes seemed to double back, to parallel my own path for a time before veering off, felt like mockery. Like a game. One evening, camped in a small rock overhang as freezing rain slicked the forest floor, I had my first near miss. I hadn't lit a fire, relying on my thermal gear and cold rations. The rain muffled most sounds, but I heard it, a low, guttural clicking, the same sound Tom and I heard weeks before his death. It was close. Closer than it had ever been. I peered out from the overhang, rifle raised, night vision scope activated. The world turned shades of green and black. And then I saw movement. Not a clear figure, but a distortion. Something large and dark moving between the thick trunks of the redwoods about 70 yards away. It was hunched, moving with that uneven gait I'd pieced together from the tracks. It stopped, For a terrifying moment, I felt like it was looking right at me, even though I knew it couldn't possibly see me hidden in the dark recess. The clicking intensified, morphing into a low growl that vibrated through the rock I leaned against. It wasn't the growl of a bear or a wolf. It was wet, rasping, filled with a predatory intelligence that went beyond mere animal instinct. I lined up the shot, my finger tightening on the trigger. But just as I was about to squeeze, it moved. Not away, the smallest noises, but sideways, melting into the dense screen of rain and foliage with impossible speed. It didn't run, it simply wasn't there anymore. The silence it left behind was more terrifying than the noise had been. My heart hammered against my ribs, a cold sweat breaking out despite the freezing rain. I stayed awake until dawn, rifle clutched tight, every nerve screaming. That encounter changed things. It wasn't just hunting tracks anymore. I was hunting it. And it knew. I started thinking back, dredging up memories. Old Man Hemlock, a retired ranger who'd lived in a cabin on the park's edge when I was a rookie. He used to ramble, fueled by cheap whiskey, about things the Park Service didn't want people knowing. He called them the Tall Ones, or sometimes the Hungry Shadows. Said they were ancient spirits of the forest, protectors twisted into something malevolent by encroaching civilization, or maybe something that had always been dark, just pushed deeper into the wilds. He spoke of disappearances, of hunters found ripped apart just like Tom. We'd all dismissed him as a crazy old drunk. Now his words echoed in my mind with chilling clarity. I pushed deeper into the devil's backbone, towards the area where the tracks seemed most concentrated, where the weird silences were most frequent. I found a cave system, hidden behind a cascade of water that was now partially frozen. The entrance was marked with bizarre symbols, go deep into the rock spirals, jagged lines, things that looked disturbingly like distorted human figures. Inside, the air was thick with the same acrid, wrong smell I'd noticed at the backpackers' kill site. Deeper in, beyond the reach of daylight, the floor was littered with bones, animal, and horrifyingly human. Skulls cracked open, femurs snapped like twigs. This was its lair, its larder, and leaning against the far wall, almost hidden in the shadows, was something that made my blood run cold. It was Tom's Ranger issue hatchet, the one he always kept strapped to his pack, the one with the custom leather grip he'd been so proud of. It was stained dark, wedged into a crack in the rock wall like a trophy. It knew I was coming. It had left a message. Anger, cold and pure, washed over the fear. Game on. I backed out of the cave slowly, silently, marking the location on my GPS. The rain had stopped and a sliver of moon cast long, dancing shadows through the trees. The hunt was no longer blind. I knew where it slept. Now, I just had to figure out how to kill something that might not be entirely killable, before it finished the game it had started with Tom. The final confrontation was coming. I could feel it, like the coming winter frosts. Finding the lair, seeing Tom's hatchet used as a grotesque trophy, it solidified the cold, hard core of my purpose. Rage is a powerful fuel, but uncontrolled, it gets you killed. My ranger training kicked back in, overriding the immediate urge to storm the cave, rifle blazing. That's what it wanted. That's the game it was playing. I wouldn't play by its rules. I spent the next 48 hours observing the cave mouth from a high, concealed position across the narrow canyon. I watched the patterns of light and shadow, listened to the forest, noted the times when the oppressive silence descended, signaling its presence even when unseen. It emerged only at night, usually in the deepest hours before dawn, a hulking silhouette distorted in the gloom, moving with that unsettling mix of bipedal strides and knuckle-dragging shambles. It never strayed far, patrolling the immediate area before retreating back into the darkness. It seemed territorial confident. I used the daylight hours to prepare. I gathered dry tinder and heavier wood, soaking some of it in the last of my spare gasoline, catching it near the cave entrance, but hidden from casual view. I rigged a simple tripwire across the most likely path leading away from the cave, connected not to an explosive, but to a cluster of empty ration tins, a crude early warning system. I checked my rifle, cleaning it meticulously, ensuring every round in the magazine was perfectly seated. Heavy caliber, silver, jacketed hollow points. A nod to Tom's morbid humor, maybe, but also based on some of Old Man Hemlock's ramblings about silver being inimical to a shadow things. Superstition, perhaps, but I wasn't taking chances. My grandfather's knife felt heavy and solid on my belt. Tom's hatchet remained in the cave. I wouldn't disturb its trophy until the end. The third night under a moonless, star-pricked sky. I made my move. I crept down into the canyon, moving with the silence born of years navigating the wilderness. I reached my prepared position, a cluster of rocks offering good cover near the gasoline-soaked woodpile, downwind from the cave mouth. Then I waited. Hours passed. The cold seeped into my bones, a familiar companion. Then the silence fell. That heavy, unnatural quiet that prickled my skin. The air grew thick, carrying that faint, acrid taint. From the black maw of the cave, the clicking started, low and wet. A shape detached itself from the deeper shadows, larger than it had seemed from a distance, easily 8 feet tall when it stood fully upright, though it often stooped. In the faint starlight, I could make out more detail than before. Long, spindly limbs disproportionate to its thick torso. Skin that looked like stretched. Gray leather or thick hide, glistening faintly. Its head was too large, set low on its shoulders, with features that were horrifyingly indistinct, deep-set sockets where eyes should be. A wide, lipless gash of a mouth that opened and closed with the clicking sounds. It wasn't a bear, not a man, not anything cataloged by science. It was something else. Something ancient and wrong. It sniffed the air, its head swiveling slowly. Did it smell the gasoline? Did it sense me? It took a step out of the cave, then another, moving onto the path where I'd set my tripwire. Clang, clang, clatter! The ration tins echoed unnaturally loud in the silence. The creature froze, emitting a high-pitched shriek that was part animal rage, part something disturbingly human. It spun towards the sound, towards my position. That was my chance. I fired the flare pistol I carried, aiming not at the creature, but at the gasoline-soaked woodpile. It ignited with a whoosh, flames leaping high, casting the canyon in flickering, hellish light. The creature shrieked again, recalling from the sudden blaze, shielding its face, or where its face should be, with long, three-jointed arms ending in jagged, claw-like protrusions. In the firelight, I saw its skin wasn't smooth. It was marred, scarred, almost like tree bark in texture. It located me then, its featureless head snapping towards my rock cluster. It lowered itself onto all fours, the movement sickeningly fast, and charged. The ground trembled under its weight. I opened fire. The first silver-jacketed round hit its center mass, staggering it with an impact that would have dropped a grizzly. It roared, a sound thick with pain and fury, but kept coming. The second shot hit its shoulder, eliciting another shriek, tearing flesh but not stopping the charge. Its speed was terrifying. It lunged, covering the last few yards in a bound. I threw myself sideways, rolling behind another boulder as claws like obsidian shards ripped through the air where I'd been, gouging deep rents in the rock. It scrabbled after me, its clicks turning into a guttural, choking growl. I fired again, point-blank range, aiming for the head. The bullet struck the side of its skull with a sickening crack, and it staggered back, shaking its head violently. This was my only chance. Dropping the rifle, I drew my grandfather's knife. As it lunged again, disoriented, I met its charge, ducking under a swinging claw and drawing the heavy blade deep into its side, where I guessed a heart or lung might be. It screamed, a sound that scraped my nerves raw and swatted me away like an insect. I hit the canyon wall hard, stars exploding behind my eyes, the knife ripped from my grasp. Pain lanced through my shoulder. The creature stumbled. The knife held deep in its flank, a dark, viscous fluid oozing around the steel. It wasn't blood, not exactly. It was thicker, blacker. It reached down, grasped the handle, and slowly, deliberately, pulled the knife free, dropping it onto the rocks with a clang. It looked down at the wound, then back at me, its eyeless sockets somehow conveying pure, unadulterated hatred. It started towards me again, slower this time, dragging one leg slightly. The fire was beginning to die down, plunging the canyon back into deeper shadow. I scrabbled backwards, reaching for my rifle, but it kicked it away. It stood over me, raising a clawed hand. This was it. Tom, I'm sorry then. Its gaze shifted slightly, past me, towards the cave entrance. It paused. A low growl rumbled in its chest, directed not at me, but at its lair. It took one hesitant step back, then another, its attention tuned. Slowly, agonizingly, it turned and limped back towards the cave mouth, disappearing into the absolute blackness within. I lay there for a long time, gasping for breath, pain radiating from my shoulder and ribs. Eventually, I retrieved my rifle, my knife. I didn't go back into the cave for Tom's hatchet. Let the creature keep its damn trophy in its dying place. I gathered my gear, treated my injuries as best I could, and climbed out of the canyon as dawn began to break, painting the ridgetops pink. I never reported it. Who would believe me? They'd call it PTSD. Trauma-induced delusion, be right. Maybe I know what I saw. I know what I fought. I left the Park Service lands, drifting east, taking odd jobs, never staying anywhere too long. Revenge is a hollow victory. Killing that thing or wounding it mortally, I hoped, didn't bring Tom back. It didn't erase the horror of what was done to him. It just left an emptiness, a quiet that feels louder than the creature's shrieks. Sometimes, late at night, especially when I'm near deep woods, I think I hear it. Faint far off. That wet, guttural clicking on the edge of hearing. Sometimes I see tracks in the mud after a rain that looked disturbingly familiar. Too large, too deep, the gate just wrong. Was the creature in the cave the only one? Or just one of many? Old Man Hemlock talked about tall ones, plural. I don't know if I killed it. I don't know if I stopped anything. All I know is I carry the weight of Tom's death, the memory of the fight, and the chilling possibility that the shadows are deeper and hungrier than we realize. The government couldn't have stopped me from hunting it, but I'm starting to think nothing can stop them. My name is Daniel Blackwood, and I sleep with a rifle beside my bed. The hunt might be over, but I don't think the war ever truly ends. My call sign is Red. Officially, I'm Park Ranger Medic First Class, my real name, but nobody uses that unless they're reading off a roster or writing me up for something. Out here, in the sprawling wilderness that eats cell signals for breakfast and spits out lost hikers weeks later, if they're lucky, you earn a name. Mine came from the color I'm usually covered in by the time a rescue or recovery is over. Sometimes it's the victim's, sometimes it's mine. Often it's a bit of both. I've been doing this for 12 years. Started green, fresh out of EMT training with some wildland fire experience, thinking I'd mostly be dealing with twisted ankles, dehydration, and the occasional tourist trying to hug a bison. Reality hit hard and fast. I've stemmed arterial bleeds from climbing, falls that looked like something out of a slasher flick. I've treated hypothermia so severe the person was practically a block of ice with a faint pulse. I feel dressed gunshot wounds from hunting accidents, messy, brutal things. Pulled guys out of flash floods, treated venomous snake bites under pressure, even dealt with the aftermath of a small plane crash deep in the backcountry. Burns from lightning strikes, noises, shrapnel from an old, forgotten piece of ordnance someone dug up, you name it. I've probably slapped a bandage on it, splinted it, or bagged it. I thought I'd seen the worst ways nature and human stupidity could mangle a body. I was wrong. The call came in late afternoon, the sun already starting its slow dip behind the jagged peaks to the west, painting the sky in shades of orange and blood red. Fitting, considering. Dispatch sounded rattled, which was the first red flag. Brenda's usually as cool as a cucumber, even when reporting fatalities. Red, you available? Got a situation up near Black Creek Basin. Available, I replied, already mentally running through my jump kit checklist. What's the sit rep? Bren, multiple missing hikers. 4 reported overdue since yesterday. We just got a call from Ranger Miller. He found something. He wasn't making much sense. Red. Kept talking about damage. Damage. That's Ranger code for remains, Usually animal predation or a bad fall, but Brenda's ton of it was strained. What kind of damage, Brenda? Bear. Cougar. There was a pause. I could hear take a shaky breath. He didn't think so. He said it looked like they were torn apart. Crushed. He mentioned jaws. Big ones. Said the scene was horrific. Another pause. He also found tracks. Big ones. Canine maybe, but huge and weird. That got my attention. We have black bears, plenty of them. Mountain lions too, though they're more elusive. Both can do horrific things to a human body, absolutely. But Miller was a seasoned guy, ex-military, seen his share of grim stuff overseas and here. For him to sound spooked, to use words like torn apart, crushed. In that specific way, something felt off. Black Creek Basin wasn't my bear territory, and cougars usually go for the neck, or even the smallest noises, a cleaner kill if you can call it that. They don't typically crush skulls like eggshells. All right, Bryn, I'm rolling. Who's heading up the search party? Chief Davies is putting a team together now. Miller's staying put at the scene or near it. Said he didn't want to disturb it further, but he also didn't want to leave it. Wants us there ASAP. Tracker Joe's already on his way to the trailhead. Davies wants you there too, obviously. Tracker Joe. Good. If anyone could make sense of weird tracks, it was him. An old Navajo man who knew these woods better than the lines on his own hands. I grabbed my full trauma kit, extra lighting. Body bags always hope for rescue, but prepare for recovery, and my standard issue sidearm, checking the load. Policy, but sometimes it felt woefully inadequate out here. Then I grabbed the heavy gauge shotgun from the weapons locker. Not standard medic gear, but I had a feeling. The drive to the Black Creek trailhead was tense. The radio chatter was minimal. I clipped. Davies was coordinating, trying to keep things professional, but you could hear the undercurrent of unease. When I arrived, Joe was already there, leaning against his battered pickup, his face grim. Davies pulled up moments later, his usual gruff demeanor replaced with a tight-lipped anxiety. Two younger rangers, Green and Thompson, looked pale. Davies got straight to it. All right, people, listen up. Miller found partial remains of at least 2 individuals approximately 3 miles up the Black Creek Trail, near the old granite quarry. He described the scene as extremely violent. Unidentified predator suspected. Large tracks, canine-like but anomalous. He pulled out a laminated map, jabbing a finger at a spot deep in the woods. Miller described the wounds. He said they were unlike anything he's seen. Jaws powerful enough to crush bone like twigs. Claws that could tear through muscle and gear. Davies paused, looking at each of us. I read his preliminary notes before I left the station. He specifically mentioned seeing skulls crushed inwards. Femurs snapped clean in half. Rib cages ripped open. A sick feeling coiled in my gut. That wasn't a bear or a cougar. Not like any I'd ever encountered or studied. Joe spoke up, his voice low and gravelly. The old stories talk about something like that. Davies shot him a look. Not now. Chief. Joe insisted, his dark eyes serious. The din of stories. Tall man, skinwalker ben the Yinald Lushi that walks like a man but hunts like a wolf. Some white folks call it dogman. Silence. Thick, uncomfortable silence. Green shifted his feet. Thompson swallowed hard. Davies scowled, but he didn't dismiss it outright this time. The description Miller gave it was too close to the whispers. The campfire tales you heard from the old-timers, the ones you usually laughed off. Tales of something tall, impossibly strong, canine-headed, stalking the deep woods. Whatever it is, Davies said finally, his voice tight. It's killed at least 2 people, maybe 4. It's dangerous, and it's still out there. We go in careful, tactical. Red, you're with me. Joe, take point. Green, Thompson, you flank us. Weapons ready, eyes open. This isn't a rescue mission anymore. He didn't need to finish the sentence. We all knew. This was a hunt. A hunt for something that could tear a human apart like paper. A hunt for a monster. As we shouldered our packs and clicked on our headlamps, the last rays of sunlight vanished behind the peaks. The forest seemed to swallow the light, the temperature dropping rapidly. The woods fell unnervingly silent, the usual evening chorus of insects, and birds replaced by a heavy, watchful stillness. The air grew thick with the scent of pine, damp earth, and something else like something metallic and rank carried on the faintest breeze. Blood. We stepped onto the trail, leaving the relative safety of the trailhead behind, and plunged into the growing darkness. Every shadow seemed too deep, every rustle of leaves a potential threat. Joe moved ahead, silent as a ghost, his eyes scanning the ground. I kept glancing at the trees, the dense undergrowth, the deepening twilight. The initial reports echoed in my head. Jaws powerful enough to crush Skull's claws that could tear through flesh and bone. This wasn't going to be a typical mission. Joe was right. The old stories didn't feel so funny anymore. We were hunting a dogman. Or maybe it was hunting us. The hike into Black Creek Basin felt like wading through invisible tar. Every step was heavy, deliberate. The twilight faded fast under the dense canopy, plunging us into a deep, primal darkness that even our high-powered headlamps seemed hesitant to fully penetrate. The beams cut cones of light through the gloom, illuminating towering pines and skeletal underbrush, but leaving vast pockets of impenetrable shadow just beyond their reach. Silence pressed in, thick and suffocating. No crickets chirped, no owls hooted. It was as if the entire forest was holding its breath, listening, waiting. The only sounds were our own, the crunch of boots on pine needles, the rhythmic rasp of our breathing, the soft jangle of gear. Even those seemed unnaturally loud, echoing slightly in the stillness. I found myself straining my ears, trying to pick out anything else, anything normal, but there was nothing. Just the unnerving quiet and the thumping of my own heart against my ribs. The rank, coppery smell I'd caught at the trailhead intensified with every 100 yards we covered, mixing now with a heavy musky odor, like wet dog mixed with something acrid and fundamentally wrong. It clung to the back of my throat, making me want to gag. Joe moved ahead like a phantom, his feet barely disturbing the forest floor. Every so often, he'd stop, kneeling to examine the ground, sometimes waving us forward, sometimes holding up a hand for caution. About a mile in, he pointed upwards with his flashlight beam. A thick branch, easily 20 feet off the ground on a mature oak, was snapped clean in two, the raw wood gleaming white in the light. Too high for a bear to reach standing. Joe murmured, his voice barely disturbing the air. Too thick for a cougar to break jumping. He ran his light along the trunk. No claw marks indicating a climb. It was just broken. High up. As if something incredibly tall and strong had simply reached up and snapped it. Further on, he found more tracks. They were clearer here, pressed deep into a patch of damp near a seat. They confirmed Miller's description canon, but horrifyingly oversized. Bigger than any wolf print I'd ever seen, longer with deeper claw impressions. But the spacing, that was the truly disturbing part. For stretches, they'd fall into a four-legged gait, like a large animal loping along. Then, suddenly, the pattern would shift, the stride lengthening, falling into a clear bipedal pattern. 2 legs, like a man. A very large, very heavy man walking on digitigrade feet. The print sank inches into ground that barely took my own boot impression. See, Joe whispered, tracing the outline of one massive print with a gloved finger. Walks on 4, walks on 2. Just like the stories. Green made a choked sound. Thompson kept nervously adjusting the shotgun slung over his shoulder. Even Davies looked shaken, his eyes wide as he stared at the impossible prints. My own skepticism was dissolving rapidly, replaced by a cold, creeping dread. The evidence was right there, stamped into the mud. The wounds Miller described, the broken branch, these tracks, they painted a picture of something utterly alien and terrifyingly real. We pressed on, the smell becoming almost unbearable. It was the smell of a slaughterhouse, thick with iron and decay, underscored by that wild, musky funk. Then, through the trees, we saw a light. A single, wavering headlamp beam. Miller. Davies called out, his voice tight. The beam swung towards us, jerky and uncontrolled. Chief, thank God. Miller's voice was thin, strained. We found him huddled at the base of a massive boulder, his face pale and slick with sweat despite the cool night air. His eyes darted nervously into the surrounding darkness. He looked like he aged 10 years since I'd last seen him a week ago. His rifle lay across his lap, gripped tight. Miller reported. What did you find? Are you injured? Davies knelt beside him. Miller swallowed hard, shaking his head. Not injured, just spooked. It's bad, Chief. Worse than I said on the radio. He gestured vaguely back the way we'd come, towards a small clearing maybe 50 yards away. Over there. Found the first one there. We followed his gesture, our lights converging on the edge of the clearing. Even from this distance, the scene hit me like a physical blow, the stench intensified tenfold. I could see pieces. Dark shapes against the forest floor, ripped clothing and splashes of crimson blacken our lights, soaking the ground. Stay here, Miller, Davies ordered, his voice grim. Red, Joe, with me. Grin Thompson, cover our backs. Watch the tree line. As we approached, the full horror became clear. I switched my headlamp to the broader, less intense setting, trying to take it in with a clinical eye, but it was difficult. My stomach churned. Miller hadn't exaggerated. The first victim, presumably one of the missing hikers, was dismantled. The torso lay ripped open, organs spilled across the leaf litter. One arm was completely gone. The head the skull was concave, crushed inwards with terrifying force, the jaw hanging slack and broken. Bite marks, huge and ragged, scarred what remained of the flesh. Further into the clearing lay more remains, just as brutally savaged. It looked like a bomb had gone off, scattering gore and shredded gear. Femurs, thickest bone in the human body, were snapped like pencils. There was a backpack nearby, torn to shreds, its contents strewn about. I saw a hiking boot, still laced, with the ragged stump of an ankle protruding from it. I knelt, forcing myself to examine the wounds more closely, the small oises, my medic training kicking in despite the revulsion. The tissue wasn't just bitten, it was torn, ripped away with incredible force. The bone fractures weren't clean breaks like you'd see in a fall. They were splintered, crushed, pulverized. The sheer power required was staggering, and the bite marks, the spacing of the teeth was immense, far larger than any bear or wolf. Deep punctures indicated massive canines. Joe was examining the ground around the carnage. Tracks everywhere, he muttered. Same as before. 4 legs, 2 legs. It looks like it played with them. A wave of nausea washed over me. Played with them. God. We moved back towards Miller, the images burned into my mind. Did you see it, Miller? Davies asked, his voice low. Miller flinched. Not clearly. Heard it first. Cracking bone. Wet, tearing sounds. He shuddered violently. When I got closer, I saw movement, something big, dark, hunched over them. It was huge, Chief. Taller than a man, even crouched down, covered in dark fur. Then it looked up. Miller's eyes were wide with remembered terror. I only saw the eyes yellow, glowing in my headlamp beam. And the teeth, God, the teeth. Did it see you? I think so. It let out this sound, not a growl, not a howl, like a choking snarl deep in its chest. Then it just vanished. Moved faster than anything that big should move. Melted back into the trees. Miller gestured towards the dense woods bordering the clearing. I backed off, called it in. Didn't want to leave, but didn't dare stay too close either. Davies stood silent for a moment, processing. The air crackled with tension. We had confirmation. Something monstrous was out here, something responsible for this butchery, and it was likely still nearby. The remaining 2 hikers were still unaccounted for. All right, Davies said, his voice regaining some of its command authority, though it was brittle around the edges. We can't stay here. It's too exposed. Miller, you are right to move. Miller nodded numbly. Okay. We need to find a more defensible position, regroup, and decide our next move. Calling for backup now is an option, but air support can't get in here easily at night, and ground reinforcements are hours away. Pressing on to search for the others in the dark, he trailed off. The risk was obvious. Suddenly, Joe stiffened, holding up a hand. Quiet. We all froze, straining our ears. The oppressive silence returned heavier than before, and then we heard it, Karake. Loud. Close. Smallest noises. The sound of a heavy branch snapping under immense weight, Somewhere just beyond the reach of our lights, deeper in the trees, where Miller said the creature had disappeared. It wasn't the sound of a deer stepping carelessly. It was the sound of something big shifting its weight. Every muscle in my body tensed. Shotguns clicked off safety. Headlamp beams swept nervously through the dark trees, revealing nothing but shadows and trunks. Then a low growl rumbled through the darkness. It wasn't loud, but it vibrated in the air. I felt deep in my chest cavity. A predatory sound full of menace. It was close, too close. We were standing on its feeding ground, and it knew we were here. The growl wasn't just heard, it was felt. A low-frequency vibration that resonated in my bones. Instinct took over before conscious thought could catch up. We snapped into a tight defensive circle, back-to-back shotguns and rifles raised, headlamps slicing wildly into the oppressive darkness surrounding the small clearing. "Nobody fires unless you have a clear target!" Davies barked, his voice strained but firm. "Stay tight! Sound off if you see anything! North side clear!" Thompson's voice cracked with panic. "West clear!" shouted Green. "South cleared, wait." Joe's low voice was tight. Movement. Low. Edge of the light. My own beam joined his, sweeping the dense undergrowth to the south. Leaves rustled, disturbed by something large moving just beyond visibility. A shadow detached itself from a thicker patch of blackness, impossibly tall for a moment, before melting back into the trees. It was fast, unnervingly silent for its implied size. "Did you see that?" I whispered, my throat dry. "Saw it," Davies confirmed grimly. Then another sound, a heavy thump from the east, behind me and Miller. I spun around, weapon leading. Nothing, just trees and shadows. It was circling us, testing us, letting us know it was there. The metallic, musky stench seemed to swirl around us, carried on phantom breezes, sometimes faint, sometimes overwhelming. It's playing with us. Miller whimpered, his hands shaking so badly I worried he'd accidentally discharge his rifle. "Steady, Miller!" Davies snapped. "Joe!" "Can you track it in this?" Joe shook his head slowly. "It moves too fast, too smart. Doesn't leave clear sign unless it wants to. It knows these woods. And it knows we're here." He paused, listening intently. "It's waiting. Waiting for what? For us to break, to run." The thought sent a fresh jolt of adrenaline through me. We were exposed, deep in its territory, standing near its gruesome larder. Standing here was suicide. "All right." Davies made the call, his voice tight with urgency. "We're pulling out. Tactical retreat back the way we came. Slow and steady. Joe, you take point again. Green, Thompson, you take flanks. Miller, stay behind me. Red, you take rear guard. Watch our six. Move single file tight formation. Weapons ready. Keep scanning. We move now. Rear guard." The words hung heavy. My job was to watch the trail behind us, the direction it was most likely to come from. I chambered around in the shotgun, the shock sound echoing unnervingly loud in the charged silence. We moved out of the clearing, stepping carefully over the churned up ground, avoiding looking too closely at the scattered remains. Entering the narrow trail felt like stepping into a tunnel lined with unseen teeth. Every snapped twig underfoot sounded like a gunshot. Every rustle of leaves made my heart leap into my throat. My headlamp beam cut frantic arcs behind us, trying to pierce the wall of darkness that seemed to press in closer with every step we took away from the clearing. For the first 10 minutes, there was nothing but the sound of our own movement and the suffocating silence. Maybe it was letting us go. The thought felt foolish, naive. Then came the sound I'd been dreading, heavy, rapid footfalls behind us. Not human running, something heavier, faster. The crashing sound through the underbrush, paralleling the trail just out of sight. "Rear! It's behind us! Moving fast!" I yelled, swinging the shotgun around, finger hovering over the trigger. "Keep moving!" Davies ordered. "Don't break formation!" The crashing grew louder, closer. "Allow!" Guttural snarl ripped through the night, closer this time, filled with primal fury. I could hear panting, harsh, ragged breaths like a massive bellows. Then, it broke through the tree line behind me. It was only for a second, illuminated in the combined beams of my headlamp and Miller's as he stumbled, and looked back, but the image burned itself onto my retinas. It was impossibly tall, even hunched over, easily 8 feet. Matted, dark fur covered a frame rippling with muscle. It was running on 2 legs, long, powerful digitigrade legs like a wolf's, but the torso was thick, almost humanoid. Its arms were long, ending in huge, clawed hands. And the head, dear God, the head. It was canine, a long, nightmarish muzzle filled with glistening fangs, pulled back in a terrifying snarl. The eyes glowed with a feral, yellow light, reflecting our beams with malevolent intensity. It wasn't a dog. It wasn't a man. It was something else entirely, something ripped from the darkest corners of folklore and given terrifying flesh and blood. "Contact!" I screamed, bringing the shotgun up. It lunged. Not at me, but towards Miller, who had tripped and fallen behind the main group. It covered the 20 yards separating them in 2 massive strides, a guttural roar tearing from its throat. A no. Miller shrieked, scrambling backwards. I fired the shotgun. The roar of the blast was deafening, the recoil slamming into my shoulder. Buckshot ripped through the leaves where the creature's chest had been a split second before. It yelped a high-pitched, canine sound of pain and surprise, and swerved, smallest noises. Its massive claws tearing gouges in the dirt where Miller had been lying. It spun, snarled again, eyes locking onto me, then melted back into the impenetrable darkness beside the trail with unbelievable speed. "Miller, get up! Movi!" Davies roared, grabbing the terrified ranger and hauling him to his feet. We didn't wait. We ran. Tactical retreat be damned. It was a full-blown, panic-fueled flight through the dark woods. Branches whipped at our faces, roots threatened to trip us. Behind us, we could hear it pacing us, sometimes crashing through the brush, sometimes moving with terrifying silence, punctuated by low growls that seemed to come from all directions at once. It was herding us, driving us. We burst out of the tree line at the trailhead like desperate fugitives, stumbling towards the perceived safety of our vehicles, parked under the lone security light. We piled into Davy's truck, slamming doors, fumbling with locks. Engines roared to life. Headlights blazed, cutting swaths through the darkness, pushing back against the edge of the woods. For a moment, we just sat there, gasping for breath, hearts pounding, soaked in sweat and fear. Davies fumbled with the radio, calling in our retreat, requesting immediate backup, his voice trembling slightly as our headlights swept across the tree line one last time before we peeled out of there, tires spitting gravel. I saw them. 2 points of bright, malevolent yellow light watching us from the deepest shadows. Watching, and we made it out. All of us. Physically, at least. Miller was borderline catatonic. Green and Thompson looked like they'd seen ghosts. Joe was silent, his face carved from stone, but his eyes held a deep, ancient fear. Davies aged 20 years on the drive back to the station. The official report mentioned an unidentified, unusually aggressive predator. Bear or possible wolf pack activity, pending further investigation. They closed Black Creek Basin indefinitely. No one mentioned the word dogman in any official capacity. But we knew. We knew what we saw, what we barely escaped. I still work as a ranger medic. I still patch people up. But the woods aren't the same. Every shadow seems deeper now. Every nighttime sound carries a potential threat I never truly appreciated before. The horrific wounds I saw in those initial reports, the smallest noises, the crushed bone, the torn flesh, they were nothing compared to the chilling reality of those glowing yellow eyes, the guttural snarl, the impossible creature stalking the darkness. It's still out there, in the vast, untamed corners of the park. And sometimes, when the wind blows just right through the pines at night, I think I can still smell blood and wet fur on the air. I couldn't bear even the smallest noises. I sleep with a shotgun by bed now, because some stories aren't just stories. Some monsters are real. My name is Agent Cole, and I'm the license. I'm the one who briefs the teams, delivers the intel, and cleans up the messes. It's not a glamorous job. Despite how it might sound in hushed tones within certain circles of the federal government. Most of the time, it's paperwork, risk assessments, smoises, coordinating search and rescue operations that stray slightly outside the norm, or dealing with jurisdictional squabbles between park services and local law enforcement when something unusual crops up in the vast wilderness under our purview. We're a branch of the Interior Department people don't talk about, tucked away, handling the incidents that don't fit neatly into missing person reports or standard animal attacks. The things that make experienced rangers quit, turn pale, and refuse to go back into the woods alone. The dogman case has been the messiest of my career. The body count keeps rising, and the pressure from above is relentless. We have to stop it. We have to. It started subtly, as these things often do. Whispers among backcountry hikers, dismissed as campfire tales. Strange tracks found near campsites, too large, too deep for a wolf or bear. The gait disturbingly bipedal. Then came the livestock mutilations on the ranches bordering Abernathy National Forest. Not predation, not the work of coyotes or mountain lions. Something surgical, yet simultaneously savage. Farmers found cows ripped open, organs missing, but hardly any blood spilled. I couldn't be even the smallest noises. Local sheriffs wrote it off as cult activity pranksters. We knew better. We'd seen similar patterns elsewhere, filed away in cold cases marked anomalous predation event. My direct involvement began 18 months ago. Ranger Miller, a seasoned veteran, 20 years patrolling the Abernathy backcountry, called in a Code 3 Delta. That's not standard Park Service code. It's our code. It means active pursuit of an unidentified biological entity, hostile confirmed. His voice on the radio was tight, strained, unlike the calm, steady Miller everyone knew. Dispatch, this is Ranger Miller, Sector 7-9er. I have eyes on the target from the missing hiker reports. It's Mother of God. It's not a bear, not a bear. It's tall, moving on two legs, fast. Too fast. Silence. Then, panting. Heavy, desperate breaths. It knows I'm here, stalking me. It's playing with me. Circling. Highest they glow. Yellow, more static. A choked sound. Requesting immediate backup. Sector 7-9er, Ridge Overlook. It's coming. Oh, God! No. The transmission cut out. Just dead air. We deployed a special response team, not the standard SAR guys, but our guys. Ex-military, kitted out with gear that would make a Sway T8 commander blush, briefed on possibilities far beyond angry bears or territorial mouse. I ran point from the command center, coordinating air support, thermal imaging sweeps, tracking teams on the ground. They found Miller's patrol truck parked by the trailhead, engine cold. His tracks led up the Ridge Overlook trail. Then they vanished, not gradually faded, but stopped, as if he'd been plucked straight up into the air. 100 yards further into the dense woods, they found his radio smashed against a tree. Beside it, a single, massive, canyon-like footprint pressed deep into the mud, impossibly clear despite the lack of any other prints nearby. 3 long, clawed toes, a heavy heel pad. The stride measurement between it and the next partial print they found was nearly 10 feet. Nothing natural moves like that. We never found Ranger Miller. Not a body, not a boot. The smallest is, not a shred of clothing. He just ceased to exist on that ridge. That was the first official casualty attributed internally to Project Lycanthrope, our operational designation for the dogman phenomenon in the Abernathy region. Since Miller, there have been 7 more. 2 hikers vanished from their tent, sleeping bags and all, smallest noises, leaving behind only a scene of impossible violence, the tent shredded from the inside out, deep claw marks gouging the earth around it. A family of 4 disappeared from a designated campsite near Whispering Falls. Their SUV was later found miles away, crashed into a ravine, doors ripped clean off their hinges, the interior stained dark, but no bodies. A lone biologist studying bat populations, his mangled equipment recovered, his emergency locator beacon activated but showing him moving at speeds exceeding 50 miles per hour through dense forest before abruptly stopping permanently. Each incident follows the pattern. Extreme violence, unnatural strength, uncanny speed, and often the complete disappearance of the victims. Standard investigation protocols fail. Tracking dogs whine and refuse to follow the scent trails. Thermal imaging picks up fleeting hotspots that vanish before they can be locked onto. The few eyewitness accounts that surface are dismissed as unreliable. Hysterical campers describing a 7-foot tall wolf like creature standing on its hind legs, moving with terrifying agility, its eyes burning in the dark. They get labeled as hoaxes, bear sightings, or drug-induced hallucinations. My job is to manage the narrative, ensure the official reports reflect plausible deniability, coordinate the hushed-up recovery operations, brief the specialized teams going in, and debrief the shattered survivors, those few who make it back often change forever, haunted by what they saw or almost saw. I collate the data, the disturbing photos, the fragmented recordings, trying to piece together a profile of weakness, anything we can use. The pressure is immense. Senators are calling to bear even the smallest noises, demanding answers about the disappearances in a major national forest. The director wants results, containment. But how do you contain something that seems less like an animal and more like a localized nightmare, capable of defying physics and leaving behind only terror and shredded remains? Last week, we lost another team. Ranger Team Sierra 3, sent into place seismic sensors and high-frequency audio recorders along suspected migratory paths near Miller's disappearance site. Standard procedure now mandates teams of 4 heavily armed, constant radio check-ins. Their last transmission was garbled, just shouting, static, and a sound of low, guttural growl mixed with something that sounded disturbing like distorted laughter. Then, silence. Their GPS trackers went offline simultaneously. We haven't found them. We haven't found a trace. The smallest noises, it's like the forest just swallowed them whole. And last night, something new came across my desk. A single, I bear even the snoises, carbon image file recovered from a hiker's dropped phone found near the Sierra 3 search area. Most of it is digital noise, but enhancing one corner revealed something in the trees, watching the photographer. Tall, dark, with 2 points of faint, yellow light where eyes should be. The Abernathy trails are bleeding, and I fear the real nightmare is only just beginning. We have to go back in. We have to find out what happened to Sierra 3 and pray we don't join them. The corrupted image file sat open on my main monitor, a malignant Rorschach test mocking me from the depths of Abernathy National Forest. Those 2 faint points of yellow light, barely discernible amidst the digital snow, they felt like a direct stare, a challenge. Sierra 3 was gone, vanished like smoke, leaving only this digital ghost and a silence that screamed louder than their last garbled transmission. Pressure wasn't the word for what I was feeling. It was a slow-motion implosion, the weight of 4 more lives settling onto my already burdened conscience. Sleep had become a luxury I couldn't afford. Every shadow in my office seemed too long, every creak of the building a footstep outside my door. The dogman wasn't just in Abernathy, it was in my head, pacing the confines of my skull. But there was no time for crumbling. We needed answers, and potentially retrieval. The briefing room was thick with tension. Recon Team Bravo 5 specialists led by Captain Eva Rostova, smallest noises, a woman whose steely gaze seemed capable of freezing hell itself, stood assembled. They were kitted out differently than Sierra 3. Heavier caliber weapons loaded with custom rounds, silver-jacketed, high explosive tips, a desperate cocktail born from analyzing the minimal damage inflicted in previous encounters. Enhanced sensor suits, including experimental sonic imagers designed to penetrate dense foliage. Full-spectrum body cams feeding encrypted streams directly to my command hub. We were throwing technology at a nightmare, hoping something would stick. All right, I began, my voice betraying none of the tremor I felt inside. This is officially designated operationing, Echo Retrieval. Your primary objective is to locate the last known position of Ranger Team Sierra 3, assess the situation, and recover any personnel or equipment possible. Secondary objective, gather actionable intelligence on the hostile entity, codenamed Lycanthrope. I projected the cleaned-up audio from Sierra 3's final moments onto the main screen. Even filtered, it was hellish. Panic-laced shouts, the distinct crack of service rolls firing in full auto, answered not by return fire, but by those guttural, booming growls that seemed to vibrate the very air. And beneath it all, that sickening, distorted laughter. It wasn't animalistic, it sounded mocking, intelligent. The team listened, faces grim, smallest noises. Rostova's knuckles were white where she gripped the edge of the table. Weapons ineffective. She asked, her voice clipped. Standard rounds appeared to have minimal stopping power based on Sierra 3's expenditure versus the continued aggression heard on the recording. I confirmed. Your loadout is experimental. No guarantees. I then showed them the footprint casts, the trajectory analysis suggesting impossible speed, the thermal imaging ghosts, and finally, the corrupted photo fragment. The entity exhibits characteristics inconsistent with known biology. I stated flatly. Extreme strength, speed, apparent resistance to injury, and possible tactical awareness. Sierra 3 may have been lured or ambushed. Do not underestimate it. Do not engage unless absolutely necessary for self-preservation or objective retrieval. Your priority is intel and getting out. They nodded, the weight of the mission settling upon them. There were no illusions here. This wasn't just a search and rescue. It was walking into the monster's den. I monitored their insertion from the command hub, miles away but connected by a fragile thread of data streams. The feeds showed them moving cautiously through the dense, unnervingly quiet forest. The usual birdsong was absent. The air seemed heavy, stagnant. They reached Sierra 3's last known GPS coordinate, a small clearing near an ancient, gnarled oak tree. Command, this is Bravo lead. Rostova's voice crackled, calm but tight. We're at the LKP. It's clean. Define clean, Captain. I pressed. Toe clean, command. No gear, no blood, no brass casings despite the firefight we heard on the audio. No sign of struggle on the ground. It's someone swept the place. My blood ran cold. That implied deliberation. Cleanup. Wait, another voice cut in Brava's tech specialist. Got something here. Partially buried under roots of the oak. Looks like a body cam. Damaged, casing cracked, lens shattered, but the internal memory chip looks intact. Secure it, Bravo, I ordered, my heart pounding. Carefully, bag it, isolate it. Any other signs? Tracks. Negative on tracks matching the lycanthrope profile near the clearing, command. But we have found other tracks, leading away from here deeper into Sector 9, towards the Devil's Jaw. The Devil's Jaw, a network of unstable caves and old, collapsed mine shafts in the roughest part of Abernathy, steeped in local legends of disappearances and strange occurrences long before the dogmen emerged. A place rangers were warned to avoid. Hold your position, Bravo. Analyze the immediate area further. I want that body cam data ASAP. It took hours for the encrypted data packet containing the salvage memory to upload via their satellite link. Couldn't bear even the smallest noises. Hours where Bravo reported unsettling feelings, the sense of being watched, fleeting shapes glimpsed in their peripheral vision, strange clicks and whistles echoing through the trees that stopped whenever they tried to pinpoint the source. When the file finally arrived, my tech team worked frantically to reconstruct the corrupted video. What emerged was fragmented, nightmarish. Shaky, panicked first-person footage, running through pitch-black woods, illuminated only by the bouncing beam of a headlamp. The sounds were worse than the initial transmission, the deafening roar of rifle fire answered by earth. Shaking growls that seemed to come from everywhere at once. Screams, human screams, cut off abruptly. Then, a blurry shape lunging towards the camera operator. Tall, impossibly fast, skeletal limbs covered in matted dark fur. A flash of teeth, impossibly long, set in a maw that seemed too wide. The camera fell tumbling, catching glimpses of running legs, dense undergrowth, and thing stillness. It lay angled upwards, recording the canopy swaying far above. For several minutes, only the panicked breathing of the downed ranger could be heard, ragged and wet. Then, a shadow fell over the lens. A heavy footsteps crunched nearby. The breathing hitched, turning into a choked sob. A low growl rumbled, seeming to vibrate the camera itself. And then, clear as day, a single, guttural word, mimicking the cadence of human speech but distorted ancient, evil, Morig. The recording ended. I stared at the screen, numb. It wasn't just mimicking sounds. It was learning, or it already knew, the distorted laughter. Before I could even process the implications, Rostova's voice crackled urgently in my ear, laced with undisguised alarm.
Command! We have movement!
Multiple contacts flanking us! Something's pacing us in the tree line using the terrain. God, it's fast! Tracks confirmed they're fresh, heading straight for the Devil's Jaw entrance. We. Her voice cut out, not into static, into dead silence. The data feed from Recon Team Bravo went dark. All 5 trackers simultaneously offline. They weren't just missing, they were being hunted. And they were heading straight towards the heart of the darkness. Silence. Not static, not a dropped signal, just absolute, soul-crushing silence from Recon Team Bravo's channel. 5 lights on my monitoring board blinked from green to red, one after the other, snuffed out like cheap candles in a hurricane. The encrypted data stream flatlined. They were gone. Swallowed by the Abernathy darkness, just like Sierra 3, just like Ranger Miller, just like all the others. The recovered body cam footage played on loop in my mind, the fall, the shadow, the guttural, impossible word. More. It wanted more. And we kept feeding it. The immediate aftermath in the command hub was controlled chaos. Protocols dictated attempts to re-establish contact, deploying drones for aerial surveillance, preparing yet another team. But I knew. Deep in the pit of my stomach, where the cold dread had taken permanent residence, I knew it was futile. Bravo team wasn't waiting for rescue. They were trophies, or worse. The calls from upstairs started within the hour. Cold, clipped voices demanding site reps, demanding action, demanding containment. They didn't understand. You can't contain a ghost story, especially one that bleeds. They talked about assets, about acceptable lawsuits, about sealing the sector. Shield the sector. Abernathy National Forest spans nearly 2 million acres. Sealing it was impossible. Sealing the Devil's Jaw cave system, however, that was floated. A localized geological survey charge collapsed tunnels, burying the nightmare. It was neat. It was tidy. It was the kind of cleaning up they expected from me. But looking at the 5 red lights on my board, thinking of Rostovo's determined face, hearing that echoed scream on the body cam audiog, I couldn't just sign off on burying them alive or dead without knowing, without trying. It felt wrong. More than wrong, it felt like surrender, like letting the creature win. While the arguments raged over secure lines, one of my analysts flagged something. Long-range thermal scans from a satellite pass, requested hours earlier, finally processed. Most of the forest floor was cold, as expected at night, but around the coordinates for the Devil's Jaw, there was an anomaly. Not heat exactly, a cold spot, an area significantly, unnaturally colder than the surrounding environment, radiating out from the cave entrance like an anti-thermal signature. And buried deep in the archives, Smalley's. An old forestry survey from the 1950s mentioned local Ute legends about the caves, calling it Winseego Chasm, a place where the earth breathed cold, and men lost their souls to a hungry shadow that walked like a man, but howled like a wolf. That settled it. This wasn't just an animal, or even a single entity. This was something else. Something older, colder, and I couldn't send another team. Not after Sierra 3, not after Bravo. The body cam footage, the mimicry, the cold spot, it felt personal now. This mess was mine. I overruled the containment protocols coming down the chain, designated myself field commander for Operation on Final Echo. No large team this time. Just me. Agent Thorne Dev, my taciturn Comso tech specialist, and Dr. Eris Thorne, Thone's brother, ironically, a geologist and expert spelunker on retainer for complex subterranean recovery. We weren't going in guns blazing. This was reconnaissance, data gathering, and if possible, deployment of an experimental sonic emitter designed to disrupt anomalous biological signatures based on frequencies captured from the creature's growls. And failing that, Plan B involved Eris's expertise and several strategically placed seismic charges to seal the main entrance permanently. Touching down at the hastily assembled forward base near the Abernathy boundary felt like stepping onto another planet. The air hummed with tension, noises. Rangers armed with heavy gear watched the tree line, their faces pale. We geared up in silence, tactical suits, closed-circuit comms, the sonic emitter prototype looking like something out of a low-budget sci-fi movie, and Eris's pack loaded with explosives. The trek to the Devil's Jaw was surreal. The forest was dead silent again, the unnatural cold intensifying as we approached. We found Bravo Team's tracks easily signs of a desperate, running fight. Broken branches, discarded gear, a single glove, an empty rifle magazine. Then, near the cave mouth, the tracks stopped. Drag marks led into the gaping black maw of the devil's jaw. The cold pouring out of it felt like a physical presence, stinging exposed skin, smelling of damp earth and something else except something metallic and full, like old blood and ozone. Thorne set up his comms relay and sensor suit just outside the entrance, his face grim. Eris checked the cave mouth stability. I took point, activating the sonic emitter, stepping into the oppressive darkness. My headlamp beam cut a swath through the black, revealing a large cavern littered with bones, mostly animal, deer, elk. I bared, but glinting among them were unmistakably human femurs, skulls, and Bravo Team's gear. Smashed helmets, cracked body armor, rifles bent at impossible angles, arranged in a loose pile, almost like a nest. No bodies. Command reading multiple bio signatures deep within. Thorne's voice crackled in my ear, strained. An extreme cold displacement. Something's coming. From the depths of the cave, a sound echoed. And then Rostova's voice, clear as day, laced with panic. Cole. Agent Cole, is that you?
Help us!
It's got us down here. Hurry. My blood turned to ice. It wasn't Rostova. It couldn't be. Eris now, I yelled into the comm. Eris, working frantically just inside the entrance, triggered the seismic charges. The ground roared, the cave mouth collapsing inwards in a deepening cascade of rock and earth. Dust filled the air, choking me. But above the roar of the collapsing cave, I heard it. From behind the falling rock, deep within the sealed darkness, that distorted guttural laughter echoing mocking. And then another word, piercing through the rumble, chilling me to the bone. Sound. We didn't wait. Thorne grabbed his gear. Eris stumbled back from the dust cloud, and we ran. We didn't stop running until we reached the extraction point, the silence of the forest feeling more threatening than ever. Abernathy National Forest is officially closed, indefinitely. The official story cites seismic instability. The Devil's Jaw is buried under tons of rock. The Dogman case is closed. That's what the final report says. My report, another mess. Cleaned up. But I know better. Thorne's sensors picked up faint, rhythmic tremors from beneath the collapsed site for days afterwards, like something digging. Eris found geological surveys suggesting the Devil's Jaw connects to a vast, unmapped network of tunnels extending far beyond the park boundaries. And sometimes, late at night, when I'm alone in my office reviewing other cases, other strange occurrences in other dark woods, I hear it. Faint scratching, seeming to come from the ventilation shafts. Or I'll catch a flicker of movement outside my window, look up, and see two faint points of yellow light reflecting in the dark glass before vanishing. The Abernathy case isn't closed, it's just waiting. The body count stopped rising there, yes. But the pressure, it's different now. It's not from above. It's from below. From the darkness we tried to bury, it wants more. You could in the noises, and I have the sickening feeling it knows exactly where to find me. My name is Ben, and for the past 7 years, I've been a park ranger at Redwood National and State Parks in Northern California. It's a glitch, I know, but it's honestly the best job in the world. Most days, it's just me, the towering ancient trees, the crisp, clean air, and the occasional deer or black bear lumbering across my path. I've always been an outdoorsy person, finding solace and a sense of peace in nature that I've never found anywhere else. That's why I applied for this job straight out of college, and honestly, I can't imagine doing anything else. When people think of park rangers, they probably picture friendly folks in green uniforms helping lost hikers or giving nature talks. And while that's definitely part of the job, there's another side to it, a side that's rarely talked about in the brochures or on the park's website. It's the side that deals with the unexpected, the strange, and sometimes the downright terrifying. Redwood is a vast place, stretching for miles along the rugged Pacific coastline. Within its boundaries lie not only the world's tallest trees, but also dense forests, wild rivers, and secluded trails that can take you days to explore. While it attracts millions of visitors each year, there are still countless areas that remain untouched, places where the only footprints you'll find are those of animals, or maybe something else. I've always been a pretty rational guy. I'm not one to jump at shadows or believe in ghost stories. Before I started this job, the scariest thing I'd probably encountered was a particularly aggressive squirrel trying to steal my lunch. But working out here, alone in the wilderness for days at a time, you start to hear things, you start to see things that can easily be explained away. And you begin to realize that maybe, just maybe, there are things out there that we don't understand. My first few years on the job were pretty uneventful in the grand scheme of things. I dealt with the usual stuff: hikers who underestimated the trails and ran out of water, campers who didn't properly store their food and attracted unwanted wildlife, the occasional lost dog. There were a few minor injuries, a couple of search and rescue operations, but nothing that really stood out as particularly strange or frightening. I remember one time early in my career, I was on patrol in a more remote section of the park. It was late afternoon, the sun was starting to dip below the horizon, casting long, eerie shadows through the trees. I was hiking along a trail I'd walked dozens of times before when I heard a sound that stopped me dead in my tracks. It was a low, guttural growl, unlike anything I'd ever heard before. It wasn't the snarl of a bear or the howl of a coyote. It was deeper, more primal, and it seemed to come from somewhere just off the trail in the thick underbrush. My heart started pounding in my chest. I reached for the bear spray on my belt, my senses on high alert. I waited, listening intently, but the sound didn't come again. After a few tense minutes, I cautiously continued down the trail, constantly scanning the surrounding woods. I didn't see anything, but the feeling of unease lingered with me for the rest of the day. I chalked it up to an unfamiliar animal sound, something I hadn't encountered before. But deep down, a small part of me wondered if it was something more. As the years went by, these kinds of incidents became more frequent, more unsettling. A strange light flickering through the trees late at night in an area with no trails or campsites. A set of unusually large footprints in the mud that didn't match any known animal in the region. Whispers carried on the wind when there was no one else around. Individually, these events could be dismissed as misinterpretations or tricks of the mind. But when you start to piece them together, a disturbing picture begins to emerge. I've talked to other rangers over the years, those who have been here longer than I have, and while most are hesitant to speak openly about it, I've heard stories. Stories of things seen in the periphery, of unexplained noises in the dead of night, of a feeling of being watched by something unseen. These aren't the kinds of stories you share with park visitors, the ones looking for a pleasant day hike. These are the stories that stay with you. The ones that make you double check your surroundings when you're alone in the woods after dark. I never used to believe in anything supernatural. I was a man of science, of logic, of tangible evidence. But after 7 years in Redwood, I've come to realize that there are things out here that defy explanation, things that exist just beyond the edge of our understanding. And some of those things, they aren't friendly. The stories I'm about to share with you aren't your typical campfire tales. These are true accounts, experiences that I and other rangers have had while working in these ancient woods. They are the stories that keep us up at night, the ones that make us look over our shoulders even in broad daylight. These are the true scary stories from the life of a park ranger. And they're about to get a lot more unsettling. The first truly unsettling experience I had in Redwood happened about 3 years into my job. It was late fall, and the park was starting to empty out as the weather grew colder and the days shorter. I was assigned to a solo overnight patrol in a more isolated section of the park, an area known as the Lost Man Creek Wilderness. It's a beautiful place, with towering redwood groves that seem to touch the sky and a winding creek that cuts through the heart of it. But it's also incredibly remote, with no cell service and only a few rarely used trails. My task was simple, like drive to the trailhead, hike about 5 miles in, set up a remote campsite, and monitor the area for any illegal activity, poaching, unauthorized camping, that sort of thing. I was used to solo patrols, and honestly, I usually enjoyed the solitude. It was a chance to disconnect from the world and just be present in the wilderness. I arrived at the trailhead around dusk. The air was crisp and carried the scent of damp earth and pine needles. As I hiked deeper into the woods, the last rays of sunlight faded and the forest grew darker. The only sounds were the rustling of leaves under my boots and the distant gurgling of the creek. I had my headlamp on, its beam cutting a small circle of light in the overwhelming darkness. I reached my designated campsite without incident, a small clearing near the creek. I quickly set up my tent and got a small fire going for warmth and to cook my dinner. As I sat there, eating my freeze-dried meal and watching the flames dance, I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone. It wasn't a rational fear of bears or mountain lions. It was a more primal sense of unease, like something was watching me from the shadows. I tried to dismiss it as just being alone in the dark, my imagination playing tricks on me. But the feeling persisted. Every now and then, I would hear a twig snap in the distance or a rustling in the underbrush that sounded a little too deliberate to be an animal. I kept my bear spray close and tried to stay alert, but the darkness was so thick it felt like a physical presence. Around midnight, as I was drifting off to sleep in my tent, I was jolted awake by a sound that made my blood run cold. It was a series of rhythmic thumping noises coming from somewhere just outside my tent. Thump thump, they were slow, deliberate, and heavy, like something large was repeatedly hitting the ground. My heart pounded in my chest. I fumbled for my headlamp and switched it on, my hand shaking. I held my breath and listened. The thumping continued closer now. Thump, 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 it sounded like it was circling my tent. Fear gripped me. I didn't know what was making the sound, but the sheer weight and regularity of it were deeply unsettling. I cautiously unzipped the flap of my tent and peered out into the darkness. The beam of my headlamp cut through the night, illuminating the trees and bushes around my campsite. I didn't see anything. I held my breath again, listening. The thumping had stopped. For a moment, I thought maybe it was gone. Then, I heard it again, this time from directly behind my tent. Thump, thump, thump. It was so close I could almost feel the vibrations through the thin nylon of the tent. I slowly turned my head, trying to see through the back of the tent. That's when I saw it, a shadow, huge and distorted, moving just beyond the fabric. It was tall, much taller than any person, and its shape was wrong. It seemed to have multiple limbs, or maybe just oddly shaped protrusions. I couldn't make out any details, just the massive, unsettling silhouette against the slightly lighter darkness of the forest beyond. Panic seized me. I scrambled to grab my bear spray, my hands trembling so badly I almost dropped it. I pointed it towards the back of the tent, my finger hovering over the trigger. The thumping started again, louder this time, as if whatever was out there was getting closer. Suddenly, the thumping stopped, replaced by a different sound, a low, a guttural moan that seemed to vibrate through the very air around me. It wasn't the sound of an injured animal. It was something else, something ancient and malevolent. It was a sound that spoke of immense size and unimaginable hunger. I squeezed my eyes shut, my entire body shaking. I didn't dare move, didn't dare breathe. The moaning continued for what felt like an eternity, then slowly faded away into the silence of the night. After what felt like hours, I cautiously opened my eyes. I strained my ears, listening for any sign of what had been outside my tent. The only sound was the gentle murmur of the creek. I waited, frozen in fear, until the first hint of dawn began to filter through the trees. As soon as it was light enough to see, I cautiously unzipped my tent and peered outside. There was nothing there. No footprints, no broken branches, but nothing to indicate that anything out of the ordinary had been near my campsite. I quickly packed up my gear, my heart still pounding in my chest. I hiked out of the wilderness as fast as I could, not stopping until I reached my patrol vehicle. I didn't say anything to anyone about what had happened. I was afraid they wouldn't believe me, or worse, that they would think I was crazy. But I know what I heard, and I know what I saw, that massive, distorted shadow behind my tent. It wasn't a bear, it wasn't a deer, and it certainly wasn't a person. To this day, I have no idea what it was, but that night in the Lost Man Creek wilderness changed me. It was the first time I truly understood that there are things in this park that we don't understand, things that are best left undisturbed in the darkness. And it was just the beginning of the strange and terrifying encounters I would have as a park ranger in Redwood. The experience I had in Lost Man Creek was terrifying, but for a long time, I told myself it was just a nightmare, a product of being alone in the wilderness for too long. It wasn't until I started talking more openly with some of the older rangers that I realized I wasn't the only one who had encountered things in Redwood that couldn't be easily explained. One of the most unsettling stories I ever heard came from a ranger named Dave, a grizzled veteran who had been working in the park for over 30 years. Dave was a no-nonsense kind of guy, the last person you'd expect to believe in anything supernatural. That's why his story chilled me to the bone. It happened several years ago, Dave told me, during a particularly harsh winter. There had been a heavy snowfall, and many of the park's trails were closed due to hazardous conditions. Dave was on patrol in a more accessible area, checking for any hikers who might have ignored the warnings and ventured into the backcountry. He was driving along a snow-covered road, the only sound the crunch of his tires on the packed snow, when he saw something out of the corner of his eye. It was a figure standing in the trees, just off the side of the road. Dave slowed down, thinking it was a hiker who might need assistance. As he got closer, he realized it wasn't a hiker. The figure was tall and gaunt, its limbs unnaturally long and thin. It was wearing what looked like tattered clothing, but its skin was pale and almost translucent, like it hadn't seen the sun in years. Its face was gaunt and skeletal, with large, dark eyes that seemed to stare right through him. Dave said he felt an immediate sense of dread wash over him. There was something profoundly wrong about this figure, something unnatural. He stopped his vehicle, intending to ask if it needed help, but before he could say anything, the figure turned its head slowly, its eyes locking onto his. What happened next, Dave told me, still gives him nightmares. As the figure turned its head, its mouth stretched into an impossibly wide grin, revealing rows of sharp, needle-like teeth. And then it let out a sound, not a scream, not a growl, but a high-pitched, piercing shriek that seemed to cut right through the silence of the winter forest. Dave instinctively slammed on the accelerator, his heart pounding in his chest. He didn't look back, didn't dare to. He drove as fast as he could until he reached the ranger station, his hands shaking uncontrollably. He reported the incident to his supervisor, but without any evidence, it was dismissed as a possible hallucination brought on by stress and the isolation of the job. But Dave knew what he had seen. He described the figure in vivid detail, the unnatural proportions, the pale skin, the terrifying grin, and that unearthly shriek. He told me that for weeks afterward, he couldn't shake the feeling that he was being watched. He would see shadows in the periphery, hear faint whispers on the wind when there was no one else around. He even started carrying a personal sidearm, something that was rarely done by park rangers in their area. Dave retired a few years later, and while he never explicitly said it, I always got the sense that that encounter in the snow had something to do with it. He just went the same after that. The jovial, easygoing ranger I had first met had become withdrawn and perpetually on edge. His story, along with my own experience in Lost Man Creek, made me realize that there's a side to Redwood that most people never see, a darkness that lurks beneath the surface of its majestic beauty. It's a place where the ancient trees have stood for millennia, witnessing things that we can't even begin to comprehend. And perhaps, in those silent depths, there are still things that dwell, things that are not meant to be seen by human eyes. I've had other strange encounters over the years. There was the time I found a series of meticulously arranged piles of bones deep in the woods, far from any animal trails. There was the night I heard a chorus of children's laughtering through the fog in an area where no families were camping. And there was the persistent feeling whenever I patrolled a certain section of the park near an old, abandoned logging camp that I was being followed by something large and unseen. I still love my job. I still find peace and solace in the beauty of redwood. But now, there's always a part of me that's aware of the other side, the hidden darkness. I've learned to trust my instincts, to pay attention to the subtle signs, the feeling of unease that creeps in when something isn't right. We are just temporary guardians of this ancient place. There are forces at work here that we don't understand, mysteries that may never be solved. And sometimes the best thing we can do is to acknowledge that there are things out there that are beyond our comprehension, things that are best left alone in the shadows of the towering redwoods. So, the next time you visit a national park, take a moment to appreciate its beauty, its grandeur. But also remember that beneath the surface of that natural wonder, there might be stories untold, secrets hidden, and perhaps something truly terrifying waiting in the depths of the wilderness. And if you ever hear a strange sound or see a fleeting shadow in the trees, just remember the true stories from a park ranger. You might not be as alone as you think. My name is Ben, and for the past 5 years, I've been a park ranger at Blackwood National Park. It's not one of the big, famous national parks teeming with tourists and postcard views. Blackwood is different. It's tucked away in a remote corner of the state, a sprawling expanse of dense forest, winding trails, and shadowy ravines. Most people who come here are serious hikers or those looking for a truly isolated experience. And for the most part, that's what they get. Peace, quiet, and the raw beauty of nature. But Blackwood has a reputation, a kind of unspoken folklore among the locals. They whisper about strange things happening in the woods, things that can't be explained by bears or mountain lions. They talk about lights moving through the trees at impossible speeds, about eerie howls don't sound like any known animal, and about a feeling of being watched, even when you're completely alone. I'd heard the stories when I first took the job, chalking them up to local superstition and the overactive imaginations of people living far from city lights. I was a rational guy, a believer in science and the natural world. Ghosts and monsters were the stuff of fiction, not reality. My first few years at Blackwood were uneventful. I spent my days patrolling trails, assisting lost hikers, and occasionally dealing with minor wildlife incidents. The park was beautiful, challenging at times, but ultimately peaceful. I grew to love the solitude, the feeling of being the only human presence for miles. The nights were particularly special, the sky a canvas of brilliant stars, the only sounds the rustling of leaves and the distant hoot of an owl. Then, about a year ago, things started to change. It began subtly, almost imperceptibly. I'd be on patrol deep in the woods, and I'd catch a flicker of movement out of the corner of my eye. When I turned to look, there would be nothing there. Just the trees, the undergrowth, the dappled sunlight filtering through the canopy. I initially dismissed it as fatigue or my eyes playing tricks on me, but it kept happening more and more frequently. Then came the sounds. At first, it was just the feeling of something walking parallel to me in the brush, a soft rustling that didn't quite match the rhythm of a deer or a rabbit. I'd stop and listen, but the sound would stop too. When I started walking again, it would resume. It was unnerving, like being followed by something just out of sight. One evening, I was heading back to the ranger station after a late patrol. The sun had already dipped below the horizon, and the woods were cloaked in a deep twilight. As I walked along a familiar trail, I heard it for the first time, the howl. It started low and guttural, then rose in pitch, a long, drawn-out sound that sent a shiver down my spine. It didn't sound like a wolf or a coyote. There was something else in it, a hint of intelligence, a chilling resonance that felt wrong. I stopped dead in my tracks, my hand instinctively reaching for the bear spray on my belt. The hole echoed through the trees, and then there was silence. I waited for a few minutes, listening intently, but all I could hear was the pounding of my own heart. I told myself it was probably just a coyote with a strange call. But deep down, I knew that wasn't true. Over the next few months, the strange occurrences escalated. I started finding tracks that I couldn't identify, too large for a fox, too canine for a bear, and with an oddly human-like gait in places. I heard more of those unsettling howls, sometimes closer than I was comfortable with. And the feeling of being watched intensified, to the point where I felt like there were eyes on me from every shadow. I started keeping a closer eye on the park's logbook, noting any unusual reports from visitors. There were a few entries that stood out. A group of hikers reported seeing a pair of glowing eyes in the darkness that seemed to move independently. Another couple claimed they heard someone calling their names in the middle of the night, even though they were the only ones camping in the area. And one solo backpacker wrote about an encounter with a tall, shadowy figure that seemed to melt into the trees when he tried to get a closer look. I tried to rationalize everything. The glowing eyes could have been a nocturnal animal reflecting the light from their headlamps. The voices could have been the wind playing tricks, or perhaps another group of campers they hadn't seen. The shadowy figured well, that one was harder to explain. Despite my attempts at logic, a seed of unease had been planted in my mind. The stories I dismissed as folklore were starting to feel a lot more real. There was something strange happening in Blackwood, something beyond the realm of normal wildlife. And I had a growing feeling that I was about to find out exactly what it was. One crisp autumn morning, I received a call on my radio. A group of bird watchers had reported finding something unusual deep in the northern section of the park, an area that was rarely visited due to its rugged terrain. They were hesitant to describe it over the radio, only saying that it was disturbing and that I should come take a look. I grabbed my gear, a sense of apprehension settling in my stomach. Whatever they had found, it had clearly shaken them up. As I set off into the woods, the familiar sounds of the forest seemed muted, replaced by an unnerving silence. The air felt heavy, charged with an unseen energy. I couldn't shake the feeling that I was walking into something I wasn't prepared for. Something ancient, something malevolent, something that the locals whispered about in hushed tones, the skinwalker. The northern section of Blackwood was always a bit eerie. The trees grew taller and denser here, their branches intertwining to create a perpetual twilight even in the middle of the day. The terrain was uneven, riddled with hidden gullies and sharp, moss-covered rocks. It was easy to get turned around if you weren't careful, which was probably why it saw so few visitors. As I hiked deeper into this part of the park, the silence grew more profound. The usual sounds of birdsong and rustling leaves were absent, replaced by a heavy stillness that felt almost suffocating. I kept my senses on high alert, scanning the trees and the undergrowth, my hand never far from my bear spray. The feeling of being watched was back, stronger than ever. Like unseen eyes were boring into the back of my neck. It took me about an hour to reach the coordinates the bird watchers had provided. As I approached, I saw them standing near a cluster of ancient-looking pines, their faces pale and etched with fear. They waved me over, their movements jerky and unnatural. Ranger, one of them, a woman with binoculars hanging around her neck, said in a shaky voice, "Thank God you're here. You won't believe what we found." I nodded, trying to project an air of calm despite the knot of anxiety tightening in my stomach. "Show me." They led me through a thicket of thorny bushes to a small clearing I hadn't noticed before, and that's when I saw it. My breath caught in my throat. It was a deer, but not like any deer I had ever seen. Its body was twisted and contorted in an unnatural way, its limbs bent at impossible angles. Its fur was matted and torn, and there were deep, ragged gashes across its flanks. But the most disturbing thing was its head. It was completely inverted. The neck twisted a full 180 degrees so that its lifeless eyes stared back in its own hindquarters. The smell of decay hung heavy in the air, even though the carcass didn't look like it had been there for long. There was something else too, a faint, musky odor that I couldn't quite place, but it made the hairs on my arms stand on end. Like we found it like this. The other bird watcher, a man with a trembling hand, stammered. There were no tracks around it, no signs of a struggle. It just was. I circled the deer slowly, my mind racing. This wasn't the work of a predator. A mountain lion or bear would have left signs of a fight, scattered remains, something. This looked deliberate, posed almost. And the way the neck was twisted, it defied any natural explanation. Did you see or hear anything unusual? I asked the bird watchers. They both shook their heads, their eyes wide with fear. Nothing. The woman said, "We were just looking for a rare woodpecker when we stumbled upon this." I pulled out my phone to take pictures, documenting the scene as thoroughly as possible. As I snapped photos, I noticed something else. Scrawled in the dirt near the deer's body was a symbol. It looked like a series of lines and circles, something ancient and unfamiliar. I took several close-up shots of the symbol, hoping I could identify it later. "Okay," I said to the bird watchers, trying to keep my voice steady. "I'm going to need you to come back to the station with me and give a formal statement. I'll take care of this." They readily agreed, eager to leave the unsettling clearing. As we started to make our way back, I couldn't shake the image of the twisted deer from my mind. It was more than just a dead animal. It felt like a warning, a sign that something was deeply wrong in Blackwood. Back at the ranger station, I filed the report and showed the photos to the head ranger, a grizzled veteran named Dale. He looked at the pictures of the deer and the symbol with a furrowed brow. "I've never seen anything like this, Ben," he said, his voice low. "Keep this quiet for now. We don't want to spook the visitors." But I could see the concern in his eyes. He knew as well as I did that this wasn't normal. That night, I couldn't sleep. The image of the deer's inverted head kept flashing in my mind. I got up and went to the station's small library, hoping to find some information about the symbol I had found. I spent hours poring over books on local history, Native American folklore, and even some obscure texts on cryptozoology. Finally, in a dusty old book on regional legends, I found it. The symbol matched one associated with the Navajo skinwalker, a malevolent being said to be able to shapeshift into animals. The book described them as creatures of immense power, capable of causing sickness, misfortune, and even death. A chill ran down my spine. I had heard the stories, of course, everyone around here had, but I had always dismissed them as just that, stories. Now, staring at the drawing in the book, a terrifying realization began to dawn on me. Maybe the locals weren't just superstitious. Maybe there was something to their whispered warnings about Blackwood. The next day, I decided to go back to the clearing. I needed to see if there was anything I had missed. I told Dale I was going on a solo patrol of the northern section, omitting the real reason for my return. As I hiked back to the spot where we had found the deer, the woods felt different. The oppressive silence was still there, but now it was accompanied by a subtle undercurrent of unease. A feeling that I was being actively hunted. Every snap of a twig, every rustle in the leaves made me jump. When I reached the clearing, the deer carcass was gone. There were no signs that it had been dragged away by animals or removed by anyone. It was as if it had simply vanished. The symbol in the dirt was still there, though, stark and unsettling in the otherwise undisturbed earth. I spent hours searching the area, looking for any sign of what might have taken the deer or left that symbol. I found nothing. As the sun began to set, casting long, eerie shadows through the trees, I decided to head back. The feeling of being watched had become almost unbearable, and I couldn't shake the sense that I was in danger. As I walked along a narrow trail, the familiar sound of rustling in the brush started again, this time much closer than before. I stopped and turned, my heart pounding in my chest. I scanned the trees, trying to pinpoint the source of the sound. Then I saw it. Standing at the edge of the woods, partially obscured by the shadows, was a figure. It was tall and gaunt, its form indistinct in the fading light. But there was something about its posture, the way it seemed to be observing me, that sent a wave of pure terror washing over me. It took a step out of the shadows, and I could see it more clearly. It was humanoid in shape, but its limbs were too long, too thin, and its movements were jerky and unnatural. Its head was obscured by the darkness, but I could see two glowing yellow eyes staring directly at me. It wasn't human. It wasn't an animal I recognized. It was something else entirely. Something ancient and terrifying. The figure let out a low, guttural growl, a sound that seemed to vibrate through the very air around me. And then, it began to move towards me, its long, spindly limbs carrying it with an unnatural speed. My blood ran cold. This was it. This was what the locals whispered about. This was the Skinwalker. My mind screamed for me to run, and my legs responded instantly. I turned and bolted back down the trail, my breath catching in my throat. The creature behind me moved with an unsettling speed, its long limbs eating up the ground. I could hear its heavy, ragged breathing getting closer, the sound sending icy tendrils of fear down my spine. I glanced back over my shoulder and saw it again, its silhouette stark against the darkening woods. It was still humanoid in shape, but its form seemed to shift and writhe in the dim light, as if it couldn't quite decide what it wanted to be. The yellow eyes burned like embers in the gloom, fixed on me with predatory intensity. I veered off the trail, plunging into the dense undergrowth. Thorns tore at my clothes, and branches whipped across my face, but I didn't dare slow down. I knew this creature was faster than me on open ground. My only chance was to lose it in the thick woods, to use my knowledge of the terrain to my advantage. I scrambled over fallen logs and pushed through thickets of bushes, my lungs burning with exertion. The sounds of the creature pursuing me were relentless, the snapping of branches, the heavy footfalls, the guttural growls that seemed to echo from the very depths of the forest. I knew I couldn't keep this up forever. My stamina would eventually give out. I needed to find a place to hide, somewhere I could catch my breath, and maybe even formulate a plan. I remembered a small cave I had discovered a few years ago, tucked away near a rocky outcrop about a mile from where I was now. It wasn't much, just a shallow overhang, but it might offer some temporary shelter. Pushing myself to the limit, I changed direction, heading towards the outcrop. The terrain grew steeper and more treacherous, but the thought of putting some distance between myself and the creature fueled my desperate flight. Finally, I reached the rocky outcrop. The cave was just as I remembered, a dark opening in the base of the cliff face, partially concealed by overgrown vines. I scrambled inside, my heart pounding like a drum in my chest. The cave was small and damp, the air thick with the smell of earth and mildew. I crouched down behind a large rock, trying to control my ragged breathing. I could still hear the creature outside, its movements circling the outcrop, its growls echoing off the stone. I pulled out my flashlight and scanned the small space. There was nothing inside that could be used as a weapon, just dirt and a few loose rocks. My bear spray was still on my belt, but I knew that might not be enough against something like this. Time stretched on, each second feeling like an eternity. The creature continued to circle outside, its presence a palpable weight in the darkness. I could hear it sniffing the air, its heavy breathing just beyond the cave entrance. Then, the growling stopped. The silence that followed was even more terrifying than the noise. I held my breath, straining my ears, trying to discern any sound of its movement. Suddenly, I heard a new sound, the distinct snapping of twigs right outside the cave entrance. It was close, too close. I gripped my bear spray tightly, my knuckles white. A shadow fell across the cave entrance, and I saw the creature's silhouette framed against the faint moonlight filtering through the trees. It was even taller and more gaunt than I had initially thought, its limbs unnaturally long and thin. Its head was still obscured by shadow, but I could feel its glowing yellow eyes boring into me. It let out a low, chilling hiss, and then it began to shift. Its form seemed to ripple and change, the bones contorting, the flesh molding into something else. In the dim light, I could see fur sprouting from its skin, its limbs shortening and thickening. My blood ran cold as I realized what it was doing. It was changing, shape-shifting into something else. But what? The transformation was agonizingly slow, the sounds of cracking bones and tearing flesh filling the small cave. And then it was done. Standing in the entrance was a creature that looked like a grotesque mockery of a wolf. It was larger than any wolf I had ever seen, its fur a patchy mix of gray and black, its teeth long and sharp. But the most disturbing thing was its eyes, those same glowing yellow eyes that had haunted me in the woods. The wolf-like creature let out a deafening howl that echoed through the forest, a sound filled with primal rage and something else, something that sounded almost mocking. It took a step into the cave, its massive frame filling the small space. I knew I had to act fast. I aimed the bear spray and unleashed a blast of the potent chemical directly into its face. The creature recoiled, its eyes widening in surprise and pain. It staggered back, letting out a series of choked yelps. This was my chance. I scrambled out of the cave and ran as fast as I could, putting as much distance as possible between myself and the creature. I didn't dare look back, knowing that it would likely recover quickly. I ran until my lungs burned and my legs felt like lead. I ran until the first hint of dawn began to paint the eastern sky. And then I collapsed, exhausted and terrified, at the edge of a familiar trail, not far from the ranger station. I don't know how long I lay there, catching my breath and trying to make sense of what had happened. When I finally got back to the station, Dale was already there, looking worried. I told him everything, about the birdwatchers, the twisted deer, the symbol, and finally, the encounter with the creature in the woods. He listened intently, his face growing increasingly pale as I spoke. When I finished, he didn't dismiss my story as I had feared. He looked at me, his eyes filled with a grim understanding. "Ben," he said, his voice low and serious, "I've heard stories about things like that. Things that roam these woods. Things that are best left undisturbed." He told me about other rangers who had encountered strange phenomena in Blackwood over the years. Stories that were usually kept quiet, dismissed as tall tales. But now, with what I had seen, everything seemed to fit. He reported the incident to the authorities, but without any concrete evidence, they were skeptical. They chalked it up to stress and exhaustion. But we knew what we had seen. We knew that something dangerous was lurking in the shadows of Blackwood. I still work as a park ranger, but things are different now. I'm always looking over my shoulder, always listening for the telltale rustling in the brush, the chilling howl in the distance. The woods no longer feel peaceful. They feel ancient and watchful, filled with secrets that are best left undiscovered. I don't know what that creature was, or what it wanted, but I know it's still out there, somewhere in the vast wilderness of Blackwood. And I know that I never want to encounter it again. The whispers in the woods are real, and they are terrifying.